Woosa. 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 Hey, Fearless. That's a solid first. Let me update the boards. But you tied with Nova. Come on in, friends. Come on in. I'm Gazi. I'm doing much better. J-Post, heckin' thank you. 81 months. New top score. Although Baron did technically get it yesterday. Nova, I'm good. I'm good. I realised I let a lot of things kind of get on top of me this morning. Not all of it which matters. So I went downstairs. I got a little bit more coffee. I purchased frozen vegetables and extremely fancy Parmesan shaky cheese that was on super sale. So, yeah. And I put it all into perspective. And I came back up here. Here we are. Like, there's a lot of things we're going to talk about today. There's a lot of things to be angry about. There's a lot of things that are big fucking alarm bells. There's also a lot of noise. And it's too easy to fall into the rage. It's too easy to let it take hold.
Another month down. I'm in the HLL of fame, right?
Fuck yeah, you are. And I think it's pretty cool guys don't look at explosions of you. That your victory, you are like, don't even worry about it. Sorry, I've got my head the wrong way around. Like, don't even worry about it. You are, Ultrasini, you are officially in the Hall of Legends. But anyway, there's a load of stuff to talk about today. There's some stuff that's pretty raw. And I'm not saying don't get mad. I'm not saying don't be pissed off, right? It's just, I was letting myself get bent out of shape more than was useful. Oh yes, and as Nova says, nothing in ASCII, folks. I put it on Blue Sky, but I wrote a few things, then deleted them because I was like, this is bordering on a credible threat. Obviously, I am not going to threaten the lives of any billionaire, millionaire, CEO wanker types. Obviously. Aeon, Watto, and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. And seriously, J-Post, Orchazini, thank you, hello. We'll let everybody get on in. We'll summon the long ship before we start. Girardi is non-lethal. That, dear Fearless, depends on how much coffee I drink. At the rate at which I'm consuming it, it will be about as volatile as the acid from Aliens. But seriously, we're going to talk about the Microsoft layoffs. We're also going to talk about some of the other things that have happened that aren't getting picked up. And we're going to talk about some of the dumb things that are kind of funny, but kind of sad. And then we're going to play Ringworld. And that is the goal today. I cannot promise you there isn't going to be an additional Scav Massacre on top of everything else today, but... Aeon, I did see that, and that was one of the things that got fucking buried. And Yeti, Watto, and welcome. But let's let everybody get in. Mostly because I don't want to have to... I want us to be able to talk about it. I want us all to have the chance to vent, get it out of our systems, and talk about, like, what can we do? What can happen moving forward? You know, what can we do to help the homies? What can we do to, you know, solidify this space? And who here remembers Game Dogs, the short-lived animated series about game development that ran on The Escapist, written by Russ Pitts? Yeah, bet you didn't think that reference was coming back. And Jamami, Watto, and welcome. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna shit on The Escapist today. Again, everything that is old is new once more. I'm not even joking. Not even joking. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So, coming in, friends, coming in. Unholy Clearwater and welcome. And Yeti and Dustin, Jamami, Orzine, Wolfcrad, Aeon, Nova. Like to all of you. Watto and welcome! There's so much to talk about today. But I will say, friends, I did get to play a little bit more of Project Silverfish last night. Gods, I wish I'd been able to play more. And the fact that you can load up any videos you want to play on any of the in-game TVs might be one of my favorite little features. If you didn't see it yesterday, whilst Littlefire was running around, I think the train yard offices, an explosion from a strange anomaly knocked a TV off the wall and turned it on. And I got some happy tears out of them because I managed to find some really good old YouTube videos that they'd done. So, I'm really happy about that. Oh, geez. Unholy Glee. That's too much will. That's... so Wolfcrad. Yeah, welcome to the bizarrity of teapots. Have you come across the Assassin's Teapot yet? Because for weird-shaped teapots, that's one of my favorites. Because it's so simple, but it's so clever. And yeah, I know it's Dustin hunting for a toilet shaped like a kettle shaped like a toilet, which is haunting. Yeah. Apparently, Steve Mould did some videos on the. You mean the Assassin's Teapot? Very cool. If you've never heard of the Assassin's Teapot, it looks like a regular teapot, but it has several air holes, predominantly on the handle. They're very difficult to see. And depending on which hole you put your thumb over, it creates a vacuum, meaning that certain liquids won't be poured. So you can brew the tea in front of someone, but only one of the chambers has poison in. And so you pour a big old cup for yourself, and then you subtly shift your thumb and pour it for your intended target. Yeah. Yeah, so Dustin, I'm very impressed with Verdant Flow's creation. I might have that there might be a Discord one, but I don't want that as a... I don't want a piss kettle as an emote over on Twitch. That's taking us down a dark path. Well, and also, it's okay. Big old conversation I've been having with myself this morning, which is like, how much of getting angry about the situation is healthy? How much of it is catharsis, and how much of it is just a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Hang on, before we get into this, let's get everybody in together. Because it's so easy to be angry. And it's so easy in the realm of Twitch and YouTube to be an angry person. For whatever reason, people love rage. I think it's the fervor, the passion of it. It's something that, especially if it's a target like, Microsoft, which we'll be talking about today, like it's really easy to get behind. But it's also very easy to fall into that trap. I've always been a big fan of, for example, Stephanie Sterling. And hey, Nova, thank you. I was about to do that. And I've been a big fan of the Jimquisition for a long time, but it reaches a certain point at which the rage is no longer a catharsis, that as things change and shift and move, you can find yourself trapped by it. Like, ultimately, here in the Longship, like, we're trying to celebrate the games that we love. We're trying to help people make the kind of games that we love. And we're trying to support our industry homies as best we can. So... I have to be careful that I'm not setting this precedence where all we do is get angry. You know what I mean? So yeah, genres, we'll give it another like 5 or 10 minutes while everybody came in. Jamami, do it. Like, I mean, please spend within your means. I am not a good financial example. I say go for it. I pulled the trigger on my birthday plan, which is to get friendos together and paint and draw on and scribble on what will eventually be a big old Gundam. Hey, Vanderveest, heckin' thank you. God, 81 months. Honestly, I still don't know how to comprehend it. Oh, the issue is time. Ain't that the fucking truth of it?
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
I got fired from the clockmaking factory for working too hard. Apparently they didn't want to pay me for overtime.
Fucking hell. And Puns, thank you kindly. And Vanderbeest, thank you for the pint glass. So, here's what we're going to do. We are all going to talk about one thing that we'll be working on or reading or doing that we've been genuinely enjoying. Alright? Once everybody is kind of filtered in, we'll go through the Microsoft layoffs. We'll go through the shit going on Subnautica of all fucking projects and all of the wild stuff. Now, I'm not saying that when we get into this, you need to be calm and level-headed, but we cannot let these entities consume us by despair or by rage. And Shaunerus, it was kind of coming off of that. You know. So MDH played You Star Rail, lovely. I have changed my tune on the little G Gundam Mobagi. It's been really good. I have to think about it less than...
Stop that incessant.
Hey, J-Post, that's fucking cool of you. I think about it less than playing Arknights, so I don't actually have to use my brain at the end of the day, but I get to have my lovely favourite robots. I haven't had the need to spend any cash on it, and you play through campaigns, and each campaign is a Gundam storyline. So it's actually not too dissimilar from the Gundam G-Cross on Steam, but with a genuinely better UI. And because G-Quacks just finished as a season, people got given the iconic G-Quacks Gundam, and it's fun. And Nova, we should be good. We should be good, but thank you for offering. I made sure that I was cognizant and on an even keel before we got started today, because, man, the will of 1 o'clock in the afternoon today was... deleted a lot of things. Exactly, Fearless, exactly. However, I reserve the right to scream Jurati and get yoked from the games industry. So yeah, I guess my little thing has been like, I kept playing Project Silverfish. I didn't go back to the scary, frightening, fucked up place that we found at the end of stream yesterday. I was just trying to farm for some better weapons and whatnot, and having varying levels of success. The Warzone area is like Tarkov level deaths. Because my poor guy's just wearing a fancy jacket. And that's kind of been it. Like I said, I pulled the trigger on my birthday project, and I'm really excited for it. Like, I don't know what my birthday is going to entail this year, but it's not just going to be, let's get drunk. It's going to be, let's do a cool thing. You know? Though, I hadn't considered that I'd maybe don't have enough friends to paint all of the pieces. So, I don't know. Maybe it'll be something that I start on my birthday and then kind of like wrap up as the year goes on. I'm in two minds about suggesting like people internationally if they want to like work on it and send it back to me, because like the postal service is a nightmare and any missing pieces would suck. But sorry about that. Oh, and I know a few of you have already played this, but I have a real weakness for, like, those kind of idle games with an ending. And over the weekend, I played one called Tower Wizard, which I think we're still... Is Steam sale done now? No, summer sale's still going for a few more days. So I'm going to recommend this. Friends, if you need something to just have on a second screen that's not my dumb face, if you enjoy kind of like idle games where you get to putz with it and it's a little bit different but it has an ending, I would like to highly recommend this. This is Tower Wizard. It is $3, and it is a cathartic, enjoyable little idly game. It's really fun. Very similar to the other short form ones I've recommended. And Angelos, what and welcome. We haven't gotten to the boiling of the piss just yet. I'm trying to get a balance, because I've been very angry this morning, and I realized I was angry about a lot of things that didn't matter. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about, and we've got a lot of things to be genuinely angry about, but I wanted to hear what everyone's been up to. What have people been working on? Like, let's start on a good note, and let's end on a good note today, alright? Shaunus has been on, a modded Minecraft kick, fascinating, and got modern industrialization. Damn. I mean, I haven't even started Satisfactory because I'm scared of it, but yeah. Oh shit, which one's April Grove? It rings a massive bell. First thing that pops up is a giant water sprite lass. That's the Lady of the Lake. No, this looks cute as hell. It's got a I wouldn't say so much Game Boy as much like Neo Geo kind of vibe to it. Not that the definition actually matters to anyone else. Well, this looks real cute. Alright. I have too many games as it is, but yes. Phonics, I'm sorry you're going through the heat. So long as I keep things kind of blasting here, we've been able to keep it cool, but yesterday evening got toasty. Yeah, Unholy Glee, I haven't even started Tainted Chill as well, because it's another game that will consume me. Oh yeah. For as much as we've joked about Power World and stuff like that, I do like its whole kind of like quasi-automation stuff. Does make me smile. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Chonus was saying that April Grove is self-published and only dropped, about a week ago. Bad time of year to drop your game. So... Hopefully we can help a little. I mean, they're not complete noobs. Oh, Prodigal is one I've already got. I didn't even see their other titles. See, sorry, Dustin was saying they did sticker surgery to redecorate one of their new water bottles. I still think it is funny to me that I am more picky about the stickers I have, where they go and what I put them on, than I am about tattoos on my actual body. Oh. And Fearless, I did see that Darktide adding a character class that has a fucking dog might have been one of the smartest plays they made after all their quality of life improvements. Between that and the Ogren's Brick, it's nice to see pets are being embraced. Though I didn't realize that in the Arbiter class, there's a lone wolf where the character gets rid of their dog. So for those of you who do serve under the God Emperor, if you see an Arbiter without a dog, no you didn't, that's a heretic. And Aeon, the itchy phase of tattoos would say otherwise. And Orzine, I see you're also a person of taste. Okay. God, there's so much shit to talk about today. Okay. I'm just telling Blue Scoer. I'm just going to do a good old-fashioned post. Okay.
And this will rip open your consciousness.
Ah, Deus Watto and welcome. Oh, shit. Oh, no, just Deus saying that they have been reminded they can just grow actual herbs to make their own tea. That's not a bad shout. And then all you need is like maybe a black tea blend. Ooh. I wonder if you could use not a dehumidifier, what are they called? A dehydrator for like fruit pieces and things like that. Because I still dream about that fruit blend you got me years back. Because that was so good. It was so good. Okay. Oh, Deus, I wasn't fishing for it. It was just, I know I wrote it down somewhere, and it was really good. Oh, woosah. Woosah. See? How good we're doing. And, before we get started, would anyone like to see a guinea pig? Because... might see if Cleona will come say hi. The guinea pigs have been mad at me for 2 days since I trimmed their nails. They have been so grumpy. And I realized I actually haven't. This is the one time you can be mad at me. I actually haven't given them their salad yet today. It is a little late for their lunch. So you can yell at me. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. You want to come say hi? Do you want to come say hello? Sure. Come on, babies, your adoring public wishes to see you. Oh, that's a good name. No, come. There you go. There we go. Hello. Hang on, let me just pause the music for a second because... Yois. If you haven't met her, this is Cleona. She is our little screamer, and she will yell the house down if she doesn't get salad. I realised that she hasn't actually yelled the house down, which is why I haven't given them their lunch, because I'm used to being yelled at. Go, you comfy? You comfy? Little Nuggy doing the huggy. And the other reason I muted the music is you might be able to hear Diva in the background, who is completely nonchalant, except for when Cleo is out the cage, and then she's like, "Where is my friend?" And Favor 6, good to see you. Watto and welcome. There we go. Yois. Yois. Okay. Who's a good noggy? Who's a good noggy baby? Alright. Here she is. Here she is. You're okay. You're okay. Now salad for my babies. And then... Well... Then it's time to say very mean things about Phil Spencer. See? We keep it balanced. So keep us all from being consumed. Alright, first things first. Got some bok choy for the babies. Hello, hello. That's the stuff that you like. Here we go. Here we go. Drop, drop. Bit of bok choy there. With the nice greens over here. Oh yeah, they get like... This is a Vershi grown special salad. So they ain't going hungry. They ain't going hungry today. Okay. I need you girls to finish off this kale as well. You can have extra kale. Sorry, guys. Okay. And I apologize, like, I don't mean to make this Microsoft shit such a big deal. It's just infuriating. Right. So let's talk about games news. We cuddled a nuggie. We're going to talk about this, and I mean, Cleona will probably not let me cuddle her again until later on tonight. But, and yeah, Trash Can, it is a big deal. But okay, so before we get into it, here's all the shit to go on today. The Escapist relaunched yet again, with fucking shitey jokes and awful nonsense, which is why I was referencing it. H Bomber Guy made a joke about rebuying it and then relaunching Game Dogs, a short-lived animation about 90s game development written by Russ Pitts. We need to talk about the fact that Subnautica just removed, Krafton just removed all of the studio heads from Subnautica Studio and replaced them with a guy. Predominantly the guy who was in charge of the Callisto project. You know, that super successful Dead Space reboot. Oh yeah. Like, it's popping off today. And like, there are also multiple other studios that have announced like layoffs in the ilk today. The bullshit with the alters continues. Sadly, the team behind Return to Moira have laid off a whole bunch of people, and theirs isn't big company downsizing. Theirs is they're desperately trying to survive. If you remember, we were talking with them last year before, about their kind of like big group multiplayer Tony Hawk's 'em up. And I figured that failed to get traction. Oh, and 3 former Ubisoft execs have gotten prison sentencing from sexual harassment. Don't look into that unless you want some very, very in-depth detail. So I'm not going to be covering that in its entirety, but fucking hell. And it's like, where do we even start with all this? But obviously the big thing today was there were rumors last week before, that Microsoft was going to be doing some layoffs. They've laid off 9,000 people across multiple facets, with at least what we are seeing currently, the main hit of that being Xbox and game studios. They have cancelled multiple projects, and not just projects that were rumbled, like projects that had full reveals. So Rare has been hit real hard. That gorgeous kind of like shamanistic exploration title they were working on, which was Everwild, that's just fucking dead. The Perfect Dark, I don't know, the Perfect Dark sequel, I want to say. I can't remember if it was a sequel or a reboot, which was being made in partnership with Crystal Dynamics, with a studio that was created to make it, The Initiative. The Initiative's gone. Just fucking nuked from orbit. And like, I'm mad. I'm mad, and I think we're allowed to be mad about this. Just, I'm trying to keep the anger in a healthy amount. Last year, Phil Spencer, having killed Tango Works, and gotten rid of the team that made Hi-Fi Rush after Hi-Fi Rush was a BAFTA award-winning success. Actually, I can't remember if the studio was closed before or after they won awards for the game and for its, its huge success. Phil Spencer sat on PAX main stage and talked about how much he loves games, and how he's inspired by games, and how it's the games of the future that are going to be great. He continues to be the mouthpiece of this fucking bullshit. And look, I get it. This is like getting mad at the front man of the Hunger Games, but I'm kind of fucking tired, and I'm fucking past making excuses. Oh, no. You don't get to stand in front of an audience and tell them how games inspired you, how you grew up with them, and then be such a huge part, be the fucking mouthpiece of Sauron for games being destroyed. The point where I had to stop myself from spiraling earlier today is there are a bunch of
Voice. What ho frienders.
Caffeine. Although weirdly, Baron managed to get the first refresh yesterday. Caffeine, how are you doing? We're getting into the paint. The point where I started to spin out was the fact that right now there is a movement calling itself Stop Killing Games. That is a thing that exists. But they will be doing literally nothing to help the destruction of video games. And that was the point where I realized I was spinning out of control and had to take a breath and a beat. Because, multiple games were just killed. They won't exist. Maybe an early build will leak. Maybe we'll see another studio try yet again in a few years' time. But, how many shots does Perfect Dark have left? It's dead. That was a game killed.
Captain on the bridge.
Huh?
I also heard that there was a layoff on the haunted pirate ship. They're down to a skeleton crew.
I am looking forward to playing more Sea of Thieves, but there we go. I think at Trashcan, hearing this breathless wanking over things like Copilot, implemented AI tools, and Copilot's going to be put into Xbox stuff. I had to not scream at somebody who I know as an acquaintance who was all over their own social media being like, I worked on Copilot for Xbox and I'm so happy that this is being announced. I'm so excited this is happening. I'm like, the fuck are you excited about? The fuck is wrong with you? Sorry. This is why I'm naming no names. But it was look, we all have to eat gravel. We all live under the fucking boot of capitalism. That's fine. We all have to do shit we don't want to do. I exist on a website owned by Jazzy Jeffy Bezos, one of the contributing factors to the ills of this world. Like, I'm not on a moral standpoint, but also I'm not going to sit around and go, I love this feature that Amazon just added to their thing, which pulls coins out of your dick hole and feeds them into an AI machine that's destroying the planet. Yeah. Well, no, and Chaunerus, you're 100% right on that one. The Stop Killing Games movement is internet drama. It's click generation. It's, at best, an idiot's misunderstanding of how games are made, and at worst, it is a cynical replay of the Gamergate handbook to make money and gain attention on the internet. Deus, not anymore.
You're telling us the Xbox Copilot dev is no one? Where's that Odysseus bastard hiding?
And Errorman, thank you. Anyway, sorry, this is where I have to kind of like pull back on the throttle because I'm bristling with this kind of anger. There's an insanity that is rampant throughout technology, and those insane fuckos have bled further and further into games. And this AI integration stuff, I don't know, it's like a culmination of that disease you get from eating squirrel brains and the clap. The speed at which it is rummaging through. Now, is the technology that we played Face Miner. Face Miner was fucking brilliant. That was a game that used generative technology in a way that worked. They had their own adversarial setup. They had their own data set. They put that all together. We have not encountered another title that has used this. And when people talk about generative AI and things, they're not talking about any actual application. It's this rot. It's this fucking rot. And we all know what it's coming from, and that is because number must continuously go up. You know? They desperately need something like a new fucking smartphone to change the game and to create more squillions and what have you. But, like, ultimately the game solidifies. The next great invention, this isn't. But in terms of video games, it's such an indication that nobody at a position who can afford to fund games actually gives a fuck about them. And this is where I really had to ease up on not posting things online that would count as personal threats against individuals, because hypothetically, if you were the mouthpiece of a gigantic, multinational, quasi-squillion-dollar company saying, how much do you love video games? And despite having the money and the resources and the funds to support games through this transitionary period that we're having, you in fact fucking gutted them. And then are gonna turn around and tell us how adding AI into, you know, the Xbox ecosystem is good and great. All that's saying is that you don't actually want games. What you want is content that takes money from people. And that you will get away with as little human creativity as you can possibly allow. Ultimately, what people who look a lot like Phil fucking Spencer want is not video games. They want a button. And that button is pushed every time you spend $10. They want to be able to go to their machine and have it generate a new button. They don't want people making that button. They want to be able to say, our next button will come out exactly this date, exactly like this, with no creativity, faults, or problems. And you will keep pushing that button, and that button will keep giving us money. Anything between the pushing of that button and your intent to push it is just what they're crafting to make excuses around it. Because if they cared about games, They care about the people making them. And like, look, layoffs in the games industry have happened. It's usually a sign of bad management, but back in the 2010s, for a lot of the big titles, the games would be wildly overscoped. So the studio panics and they hire like an extra 100 people, which sounds like a lot, but it's like, if your team is already 1,000, you're hiring like maybe 2 people here, 10 people here for different departments just to finish the game. And the game comes out and you're like, shit, these are too many people. Now, I'm not saying that's good, but that's why studios had those kinds of busts and boom moments, you know what I mean? QA would always be first on the chopping block because, like, you need QA desperately the closer you are to launch and post, but you do not need QA in pre-production. You know what I'm saying? But this is something else. Like, Perfect Dark has been killed before it has come out. By what measurement was it killed? Don't tell me you don't have the fucking money. It's fucking Microsoft. It's fucking Microsoft. And I understand that putting all of that on the shoulders of one person, aiming all of that cannons at Phil Spencer, is unfair. It's not the point of one. But then I also remember that he himself was a multi-millionaire who sits on a packed stage and says, with a fucking lie on his face, how much he loves games, how much he supports games. Well, what have you done to stop them being fucking murdered, Phil? Because it looks like fucking all. And that was the point today where I realized I was spiraling and none of this is useful. So yeah, if you know anybody who works or has worked over at Microsoft, send them some love, be kind. A lot of other studios, okay, some other studios are hiring right now. So, if your friend is worried or panicking, tell them to apply for jobs now, today. Don't tell them to take a break and wait. Because I don't know how things are going to be in 3-4 months. Back in the day, what would happen is like games companies would start hiring again after the summer, right? Because by like September, October, the studios pretty much have a locked-in plan for the rest of...
The easiest way to discourage it is create/adopt a slow for AI users. Best I've seen so far is Slope Jockey and Botlicker. The cyberpunk approach of just inventing a new one like Krug works too.
Deus, thank you for the $2. And absolutely. I mean, I'm just past the point of giving people... I just... If it's somebody I know, I just post the exhausted Miyazaki meme. If it's somebody I don't care about, I'm like, just... The best time to delete this is now. Because like I said, jumping back, when it comes to the generative AI stuff, when we deal with indies, predominantly, if someone is coming to the Longship for help, they are either a 20-year industry veteran or making their very first video game. We have nothing in between. And look, if you're in isolation and you're surrounded by people who also have this fucking, like, rampant, I don't know, like, generative AI chlamydia, it can be hard to understand that what you're making is bad. So we can work with those people. We can help them be like, hey, like, let's take it out. Let's make some programmer art. Let's be fun with it. Oh, and Ehrman, yeah. Sorry, Ehrman was saying that personally, the comment he made, Phil Spencer, about...
What's he searching for?
And the quote, well, yeah, we're laying people off, but don't worry, the products will still make money. Like, don't worry, like, we're in troubling times, but we'll get through it. Like, fuck all the way off. Someone even found out, because his Xbox tag is public. He was just sitting around playing fucking Indiana Jones last night while the everybody is fired email went out. Like, fuck you, buddy. And jumping back, like the generative AI stuff, it's just... we'll work with people to help them see, like, what you make without it will be better. Because, like, there are very few people who could even come close to implementing the stuff in a way that is good. What I thought was really funny was one of the gentlemen behind the Shin Megami Tensei art style did a whole bunch of stuff, which once again was violently mistranslated. But afterwards, he was like, fucking wish I'd never done it. They wanted to try and use generative AI to make things in that Shin Megami Tensei style that was like weird and surreal and fucked up. So it was an adversarial network working off of his own art that he'd created for this project. It took 5 times as long, was way more expensive, and the amount of time they had to spend tweaking it, he could have just fucking done it. Right? Once again, the only good implementations of generative AI stuff are more expensive and take longer. Yeah, Trashcan, the awful card battler. Yeah. They cost more money, they take longer, and it's bad. You know? The few good instances, you know, back when we had to deal with the fucking NFT bollocks a couple years back, were all things that we could already do. Okay. Woosah. It's just... we don't have to be kind to squillion-dollar companies. We don't have to be understanding to people like Phil, who are paid extremely large amounts of money to stand in front of the industry and the world and talk about this shit. We do not have to be kind about the fact that he has announced the death of several games that could have fucking slapped and got paid for the privilege of it. Because, like, I was going to show you some clips of it, but I was bordering, like, on angry toxic. But I went back and I looked at Storytime with Phil Spencer from this time last year. Well, PAX of 2024. The one where I was going to throw piss on him. No, I was going to Vuvuzela it, but the piss throwing may still happen. I mean, what? No. But my point being, like, he sat in front of an audience of people who have paid a non-small amount of money to be at PAX, to be at a celebration of games, and talk about how he loved these games of old. And there's this speech he does at the end where he talks about how excited he is about the next generation of games coming and what they're signing and things like that. And between then and now, they've been fucking killed. Nothing he says has weight. He'd say fucking anything for $1. I drag myself over the coals in the wee hours some days where I'm like, shit, what if I've just become this Twitch shill? What if I've just become another, you know, person with a piece of glass to his own neck? Black Mirror reference, sorry. But what if I've just become yet another person in the games media space who will say whatever people want to hear, who will do... I worry about that shit. Me! I cannot imagine having either the cognitive dissonance, or the self-delusion, or the fucking narcissism to sit in front of a huge audience of people for whom gaming is an art form by which we have built our personalities and our lives, and say how much you love them and how much they're great, knowing full well you're going to be killing all these projects, knowing full well that you've just laid off people. And Sauron, Watto, and welcome. I mean, Nova, there's also that. And you're right, Mephonics, you know, I don't have an ungodly amount of money. And hey, Sefik. Yeah, there isn't much more to add, right? Like... Because here's the thing. What do? Boycott Microsoft products? Cool. No stream. Because it's not a decision that was made just within Xbox, right? None of the titles that have been chosen have been based on sales or success. Look, Favor 6, if Raid Shadow Legends want to pay me fucking Phil Spencer money, then we'll talk. This will still be a sacred place. Yeah, well, and Methonics, so if you've never worked for a company like Microsoft, what you have to understand is that it is a nation. It is a strange world with its own borders, its own language, its own laws and culture. Because that's the only way to describe it. What projects live, what projects die, what games are funded, what games are cut, who gets moved where is this insanity. Yeah, Hoffers, today has been a hell of a week. We haven't even started talking about Subnautica or any of the other shit. We're still about that. But Deus, you should just stream anyway. We miss you. You're good at it. But anyway. Trash, I don't even know if I'd call it a little village. It's a strange town. I don't know if it's still the case, but there used to be a soda you could only get on the Microsoft campus. I'm calling it a campus is weird. It's basically a mining town, but what they're mining is people's fucking souls. Man, I am mean today. Now, I have friends who work for Microsoft who are safe. I have friends who have lived in that environment, who have maintained their souls, who have maintained the things that bring them joy. You can do this, right? This is not if you're part of it. I just want to bring into account that those people will be the first to say that there is an insane, internal political landscape to how these things act. Games companies within Microsoft, projects within Microsoft are like their own nations, trading and vying. I mean, there's a fucking caste system for shit's sake. You have your temporary contractors, your full-time employees, and then your C-suite. You have your fucking lords, you have your barons, and then you have your fucking serfs. And the political climate within the company can be what changes whether, 500 people have jobs or not the next day. No, yeah, we're not Ehrman, yeah. Oh yeah, so Safi, that's the layout. If you ever see any of those adverts of do you want to work for Microsoft? You're not actually working for Microsoft. You're working for what's called a vendor. So to avoid having to pay people benefits and full salaries, not everybody who works on a Microsoft project is a Microsoft employee. They work for vendors. They are contractors. You work a contract and then you are toast. To be actually a full-time member of that operation, to be a full-time employee, is very hard to get. I think they're called orange badges or blue badges. I can't remember.
What do you mean, Will? My code they wasn't treated as bad despite the fact they used the fix 1 month after I was kicked off the project. Greater than less than less than.
And Akira Zero, thank you for the 200. Yeah. Okay, orange badge is contractor, blue badge is full-time, but you can still get laid off, because if your games company or your project gets killed, then bye. And you don't come back as a blue badge, by the way. You can still then get downgraded back to orange. It's not like, oh, well, you passed your thing, if you come back in another role, you get... No. And, Ehrman, this isn't me, shitting on them as a whole. I mean, they're a gigantic squillion-dollar international company. It's evil. They're all evil. Again, I ain't here to cast morality or otherwise. I am entirely reliant on a company owned entirely by Amazon, who is even more evil. Like, but anyway, I refuse to have this boil down to late stage capitalism is evil. Because while that is true, I think it is too much of an excuse. Like, it feels like going like, man, what you gonna do? Know what we're gonna do? I can't say it on recordable formats. Anyway, I just wanted to highlight the structure of Microsoft just to let you know that, like, why is it one project gets killed and not another when these rounds of layoffs come in? And it's all due to this internal political climate. It doesn't make logical sense. And the thing that strikes me is, like, you can have successful teams, just Tango Works was doing so well, and they got shot in the back of the head. Thankfully, while they didn't manage to pick up, what was it? Their Resident Evil competitor, their name escapes me. They did manage to get Hi-Fi Rush out and a bunch of employees, but like, the people who couldn't afford to wait around had to go off and find other jobs. Video games don't exist in a vacuum. They are made by people. And sure, like, it can be hard to point to the individual creative inputs of anybody. You know, most games companies are less like a band and more like a ska band with how many people are involved. But if you change everybody, then what is left? You can play the same song again, but it's not the same. Oh, The Evil Within. Thank you, Fearless. And it's just infuriating. And it's infuriating because there's nothing to be doing. And this is where I was coming back to, right? Like, you can stop playing Microsoft, you can stop playing Xbox games, that's not gonna change anything. You can try and stop using Microsoft products. The needle would have to move to such a significant extent to have a positive impact that it boggles the mind. Like, you have a games company, they release a patch, or they talk a bunch of shit, or do some horrible stuff, and you refund the game, you stop playing it, you stop buying it. They will see a direct impact. But at Microsoft's level, where things are not judged based on immediate revenue generated, but on other elements, like, we don't even know the KPIs that judge games within Microsoft's ecosystem. Because if they're on Game Pass, then it's not sales. I mean, Ehrman, possibly. But, like... Anyway, sorry, I've taken this in a very, very dark direction, and I do apologize. Like... I guess what I'm saying is that there isn't anything actionably to be doing on this day, other than support your homies, send some love to your friends, because look at it like this, all right? The people who didn't get laid off, who are working on Xbox products right now, are just sitting there with a sword of Damocles above them, you know? It fucking sucks for them all right now, and it feels bad. Like, the games industry is in rotation, and this is going to play a huge part in it, but not for a couple years, right? So, okay, without falling into despair, without falling into rage, what does this mean and what can we do? Right. Microsoft have just killed a fuckload of projects. they are probably only going to be betting on safe, repeatable titles. This means an increase in... I wouldn't say even an increase. What they're making is going to be a lot more stale, because the people within those operations will have less and less creative freedom and less expression. So whatever Halo does next is probably going to be the blandest Halo we see. Whatever ends up coming out of like Fable is probably going to be very safe. What we're going to see from Microsoft-owned game studios is going to be bland. And with a larger portion of their larger, more creative titles now dead, there's going to be a big old gap. So you remember how we talked about like the drought, right? The games drought. I think we're going to see something different. I'd like to, I guess, recontextualize. We're going to see the death of the American AAA games industry fully within our time. However, we're also drowning in incredible games. Now, it's entirely possible that Microsoft will go on another buying spree in a couple years when they realize they have no titles. Because things like Game Pass are reliant on an increase in games. They don't have an everything title. And eventually, unless you have one of those infinite games, eventually people leave. I love Sea of Thieves. There's only so much Sea of Thieves you can play or might want to, right? Eventually people will be moving away from Game Pass and moving away from Xbox products. They'll panic, try and buy up a bunch of indies. At that point, hopefully we can tell everybody, don't do it, because they'll just kill you. You're closing your studio with extra steps. But that does mean that as we see an increase in the power of like off-the-shelf games industry, off-the-shelf games engines and things like that, this new wave of creativity is coming fast. Like, not trying to go full on, I'm right and everyone else is wrong, but it is interesting that, like, yesterday, we spent a lot of time with an FPS that fucking slaps, right? And that game was made by one predominant dev and, like, assistance and assets from others, right? It was not made by 1,000 people. Like, does anyone know the headcount on Doom Eternals? Doom the Dark Ages. Let's see if... Of course, there's no fucking details on this one. Alright. Well, so, Jonorous, Down Under Dwarf, you're not wrong. But it is very easy to equate what happened with like the mass acquisitions of companies to EA and what's happening now. Like, EA was producing lots and lots of original successful titles, and they wanted all their franchises to be doing as well or murder them, right? Westwood made RTS games. RTS games have never sold to the extent of others. I mean, StarCraft's an anomaly, but we've never succeeded in putting RTS titles on a console controller to the extent that we did when we put FPS games on console controllers. And so EA tried to turn Westwood into like a hit generation factory with making weirder and weirder stuff. Like they bought a thing, tried to change it into something else, which they thought would be more profitable and more successful, and in the process killed it, which has been their MO since Bullfrog, right? What's happening now is insane, because we're seeing titles that are successful and are doing well across the board getting killed. Like, the insanity of Microsoft choosings of who stays and who goes is batshit insane. You know, let's take a fucking moment to. All right, I'm gonna indulge one little bit of like just straight up piss boiling. Another thing that I wrote and deleted today. Microsoft is so excited with new Fable. New Fable's coming. New Fable. Fable reboot. Isn't Fable great? Are we so excited for more Fable? Who fucking killed it? Was it a natural disaster? I don't think it was. Was it aliens from pissing Uranus? Oh, I don't think it was. You killed it. I'm good. That's alright, I just needed to get that out of my system. Like, in a few years, they're gonna re-announce Perfect Dark or some shit. And then gonna be like, oh, remember Perfect Dark on the N64? Well, we're finally remaking it. And we'll be like, well, hang the fuck on. Didn't you make a team to make a Perfect Dark reboot or continuation? Fucking kill them in a back alley. And then come back to us? Well, also Hoffers, and that was the thing from Perfect Dark getting cancelled today. Like, why? Like, the whole point is it's... At this point, I'll sell for some sunk cost fallacy, because at least that makes fucking sense. At least that makes some fucking sense. Okay, sorry, like I said, that was an unproductive rant. And often pointing out the hypocrisies in situations like this is cathartic, but ultimately pointless. Everybody thinks of the first person to point out stuff like that, myself included. Now, this does mean that creativity and success in the games industry is going to be wildly possible. Game devs from the Oceanics, you know, mainland China, Hong Kong, Japan, etc., are basically going to be ruling what will become the AAAs over the next few years. Because they have a level of stability that the rest don't. Like, Nintendo doesn't give a shit about English language territories, and they don't need to. That's fine. That's fine. Like, at least in North America, AAA is completely fucked. I don't know if it is possible to start anything right now that is a mid to large size studio without insane angel investment. Like, you would need to find Mr. Monopoly Guy, or a version of Mr. Monopoly Guy that isn't a piece of shit, who would then go, I'll fund your video game and I want to know nothing about it. And that's it. Small to quasi-solo is possible in that space, but people love video games. People are still buying video games and playing them more than they ever have. It's the other part of this which is so fucking insane. This does mean that it is entirely possible to create weird and interesting and different things as we move forward. You know, the game engines becoming more ubiquitous and becoming more feature-packed does cut a lot of early development out of it. You don't have to make your own game engine from scratch to make a fucking shooter anymore. And so you can do creative and weird and interesting stuff with it. Steam is managing to stay pretty Steam about it. And I know I give Valve a lot of shit There's a lot of things I wish they would fix. However, for all their fuckery and for all the shit that they do that I don't agree with, Steam as a store has stayed consistent. It is allowing studios to sell their game with little to no super corpo investment. Now, can they make a repeatable success like they could back in the 2000s and 2010s? No. That is something else. That is something else. You know, i.e., back in the day, if you made one game that was a success, your follow-up is always guaranteed to sell more. Worst case, you run a hype campaign. These days, you can make 4 games that do great, and then 10 that no one ever sees. Sorry, just trash can with, actually, Mr. Monopoly's name is Milton Pennybags. And Angelos, I'm always curious about that story, because did Microsoft buy Rare thinking they still own Donkey Kong? Fucking wild. Okay, so... Okay, and Favor 6 can have your shark fact soon. So, that's the Microsoft stuff. Multiple studios, studios closed, multiple people laid off. Sorry, multiple people... God, I'm all over the place. Multiple projects have been cancelled. Shitloads of people have lost their jobs. It fucking sucks. For the few homies that are left, they're in this state of, like, a disarray and chaos. Ultimately... it's sad, but it's not an end of video games. But it does mean that less and less it will be viable to operate a video game operation in North America. Like, the medium to large size studio operations of yore are getting closer and closer to impossible at this stage. So Hoffa says, has anyone brought the fact there's no longer tax breaks for companies investing in R&D? So Hoffa's... at the stage at which companies like Microsoft operate, they can shift things around to receive tax breaks from varying places. If we start going down that rabbit hole... God, we're gonna be here all day. But... Video games always struggled to get R&D funding from governments, because it's hard to say that what you are doing is research and development for an entertainment product. Usually R&D grants go to hardware. Now, take this with a grain of salt, but as it was explained to me, back during the peak of Sony's peripheral Vania, where they would be making, you know, after the success of the iToy, where they would make buttloads of weird little peripherals, the peripheral development would result in shitloads of tax breaks because they're physical things and aspiring to. So a lot of those patents that don't go anywhere and the ones that do are also part of that whole process. So. Look, I guess what I'm trying to say at the end of this is that video games as an art medium will be fine. Shit's gonna suck. And it breaks my heart to think of how many people won't be continuing their project because it's too expensive to make as a standalone game. Like, just in spare time. Like, Perfect Dark is dead. That's not coming back. And to get it to the point, to get a title to a similar point is impossible to do in downtime with small teams who are fractured, right? But who knows, the people working on that, what kind of creative and weird ideas they were going to put into that. We might see that in a cool cel-shaded indie game in 4 years. And hopefully those people will make a buttload of money and they'll be able to pay maybe some British-sounding guy a large amount of money to shit in Phil Spencer's air filters. Hypothetically. Obviously, I'm not talking about me, obviously. You know. Like, if you are looking to make games yourself, or with a couple of friends, or as a, like, you know, a trio, maybe 4 or 5 people tops, you're fine. If your goal is to get proper funding, studio style, don't be in North America. If you have to do it that way, don't be in North America. Oh, and see, Simple Chaos, that's the thing. I wouldn't say it. Like, I wouldn't say it quite that way. It's just, we talked for years about the death of AAA, and now it's happening. You know? We've said for years that the ever-increasing scope and budget and spending on this is unsustainable. And here it is. The Battleship game development style is no longer works. This is less, the industry is dead, long live the industry. This is the sinking of the Yamato, right? I can't remember if the Yamato actually sank or if it just got picked apart. Famously, the Yamato was like the biggest battleship Japan ever built. It was picked apart by planes. Like, I think that's where we're at. And Angelo's, you know what's funny is Perfect Dark, for all intents and purposes, is closer to an indie project than so many other things, because like they just hacked GoldenEye and put a whole bunch of shit in it. And God bless that little RAM extension for the N64. And Angelos, there are actually a couple of projects in the works right now that are going for that Perfect Dark vibe that are about to do so well. So, like, and this is the thing that's crazy. The movie industry is having a very hard time because people are not going to the cinema to watch movies. The game industry is having a hard time right now because the tech industry is fucking insane. These companies are fucking insane. And the number cannot go up infinitely. But the games are still selling. More than they've ever done. The games are still being played more than they've ever been played. Don't shit in my hands, Phil, and tell me to clap! Sorry. It's challenging times. Dab your fucking eyes with some money, you rancid cockhole! Okay, I'm good. Ah, woosah. Woosah. Say it with me now, friends. Woosah. I get creative when I'm angry. Now, so going back to the other thing, for those of you who missed it when you came on in, so the scary, tiny news in comparison was, so the parent company of Unknown Worlds? God, the names all get blurred in your noggin after a while, but yeah, no. So Unknown Worlds, the developers behind Subnautica, just lost their whole leadership team. So 3 people just got shot and replaced with this, like, guy by Krafton. Hang on, let me make sure I'm getting the verbiage correct. Yeah, Krafton got rid of the CEO, game director, and technical director all at once, effective immediately as the press release went out. Steve Patausis, or however it's said, has been put in charge to the studio's overall management and creative direction. And the last thing he was in charge of was the Callisto Protocol, which, by all intents and purposes, was not a hit. The attempt with the Callisto Protocol was to do Dead Space sans EA, and what kind of came out of it was Some gory death animations in a story of... but the fact that they've all been cut... like, all at once with no statement is worrying as shit. For those who don't know, Unknown Worlds wasn't a corporate entity created. A million years ago, a group of modders got together and made Natural Selection, a mod for Half-Life 1, where Marines and aliens fought against each other. But it was both an FPS and an RTS, with one player on each side. Well, the Marine side, you'd have one person who would be your commander for the game. The aliens would rotate out, kind of a bit of a more democratic. They started to make the mod for Half-Life 2 and then realized that they should just make a standalone game because the tech they came up with to morph and change the environment as the alien creep spread was more than a mod could handle. And so, they made Natural Selection 2. It was incredibly good. Currently, it languishes in early Source Engine's whole dedicated server requirement. So you can't play it, unfortunately, unless you have a dedicated server hosting, which sucks. But after that, the team, like after forming a studio to make the sequel to a mod, the team made Subnautica, which was wildly successful. So like, the trio of leads being removed by the parent company is no small thing. And God, I hope, like, touch wood. I've never wanted to say this, but I really hope it was like the three of them were like hosting some kind of toddler fight club after hours, and that's why they all got dropped. But my heart says Krafton wants to just pump this thing out, or Krafton want to turn it into something that's more like a subscription-based seasons plan craft and survival game, similar to, you know, some of the other big successes. It smells bad. And the thing is, that's being buried under a wall of shite that's dropping today. The Schadenfreude is, they're relaunching The Escapist again, and it's already pissing people off. Yet another terrible political take, yet another round of bollocks. I don't even know the guy who's now one of their main writers, because they haven't even finished updating the site. One of the first articles to go live on there is a top list of real money gambling casinos that you can play online. Like, it's fucking funny. It's just, I know you were talking about, like, you know, cycles repeating themselves. Like, this has got to be the third or fourth disastrous relaunch of The Escapist. Like, at some point, just burn the place down. Archer the Iwata and welcome. Like, there was a time when The Escapist was a bastion. They had a really good program for uplifting, like, especially video teams and creative individuals. They had some of the best writers in the business. Like, it was a good space. Then they went all in on Gamergate, and the rest is history. It is now, what makes me very, very happy is, like, Loading Ready Run got out from under The Escapist at the right time and fucking nailed it. You know? Zero Punctuation was the largest standing bastion, and at one point the only fully paid production on there. And even that fucking left, was it 2 years ago? Alright. At this point, its only value is selling ads and search engine locked in type stuff. That's it. That's it. God, and I hate saying it. I think that's it for game news today. Okay. God, yeah. I'm just sorry. I'm very quickly skimming the hot sheets just to make sure something else hasn't happened while I've been losing my noodles. I want to say just again, for the record, I'm extremely worried about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, because there's been yet another round of articles coming out about how White Wolf are going to be betting the farm, and they want to create more games like it based on their other franchises. And I know that sounds weird, like I should be excited when someone says we want to make a game based on Mage the Ascension. I should be like, whoa! However, everything around that production has been so weird. The Chinese room have laid people off in the last couple weeks. Like, they ain't riding high. And what we saw of Bloodlines 2, it isn't Bloodlines 2. The Chinese room are making a vampire game, and they have slapped the old label on it because they don't want to lose out on pre-orders and nonsense. Whatever the fuck Paradox are doing with this. But like, that shit keeps giving me this like worried thing. Now, the thing that I found interesting is they're calling it the Bloodlines treatment. And what I think that means is I think that they want a lot of money from a very small, kind of cheap game dev production. Like, I don't think the Chinese room have been given a lot of resources and a lot of money to make this. Do you know what I mean? From what we saw of early gameplay, you play as a very specific character, there is a very specific story. You have some combat abilities that you can kind of like mess between, but again, it's probably going to be closer to a 2010s like mid to small studio shooter than it is, you know, a traditional setup. Like, hang on, let me see if I can still find it, because I can probably show you without the audio. Oh yeah, this was it. All right, so hang on, let me bring this up. Wait. Okay. So this is some gameplay stuff from Bloodlines 2. Now, I'm using it just to avoid any kind of like claims or whatnot. But with this, what's interesting is that there's a lot of dialogue going on, like the characters talking to themselves, talking to other folks. This style of cutscene right here was where I started to worry. Yeah, well, the shot counter shot doesn't speak to the construction of an RPG or a place where you have any kind of real impact. Like, the style of how it's shot, but combined with the amount of complexity of her facial expressions, says to me that this is VV scripted, which they all are. But if you're making a large game with a lot of interactions, like a Fallout or something like that, you need a system that can just handle. The reason why Bethesda does that zoom into the face thing is because they record the dialogue, the character does the flappy mouth movements, and you can have lots of dialogue quickly. You could not map every facial discussion in a Fallout game because it would cost $1 squillion and you would die. Now, our Nosferatu guy here, he's been mostly hand animated, which also takes fucking time. His additional elements were procedural. But now when you look at it like this is closer to what we expect the Chinese room. Like, walking sim, gorgeous environments, but it's not really gorgeous environments. It's the lighting's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. And I'm not trying to shit on this because Still Wakes Deep was incredible, but Still Wakes Deep didn't have a combat system. And like, what are we actually seeing here? Now we get to see some of the combat elements, but again, this is closer to like a basic Dishonored. Well, so Unholy Glee, the reason why it's first person is because that was the thing that was pitched. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was a make your own character, like open world RPG based on Vampire the Masquerade. It was broken as shit at launch and shared a launch window with Half-Life 2. It never achieved initial launch sales to fix the broken elements, but it had a core heart to it that people really enjoyed. So much so that it's received a squillion fan patches in the ilk. Originally, Hardsuit Labs, as Fearless was saying, was going to be making a sequel to it. And then for some reason, the game got taken away from them. And it was given to the Chinese Room, who have not produced like an open RPG or a combat-like title. I mean, a bunch of Brits making a game based on Seattle, but okay. Take it away from the Seattle studio. Yeah, so Unholy Glee, I don't know if we ever came up with a really good term for it, that like some games just have a heart to them that they didn't necessarily have the budget to bring together, right? But they ended up creating something special. You know, we were talking a lot about the Stalker games yesterday, and the Stalker games were fucking broken as hell when launched so much. But there was a heart to them, you know? Bloodlines had a similar heart. Maybe it's the good writing, maybe it was how they structured it. I mean, shit, maybe we should do our playthrough finally. And the thing is, in the years since its release, Bloodlines has become a cult classic in the truest sense, because the fandom have slowly worked through all the stuff that those did not get the chance to fix and repair, and have kind of reconstructed it into something closer to its original intent. Kind of like an unpaid version of like Black Mesa, you know what I mean? Yeah, Unholy Glee, I'm not a good friend to have around if your goal is to play it less. But, like, with this UI, you notice that it's just a first-person punch-based combat system, right? Yeah, Fearless. I mean, I don't know anybody in Hardsuit Labs who can really talk about it. But yeah. Okay, but that's enough on that one. It's just when they talk about wanting to give other tabletop systems the Bloodlines treatment, that fills me with a whole bunch of dread and worry. Okay. So, are there any points from what we talked about that you'll want to dive back into? Because we're going to be playing Rainbow in just a sec. That's my controller. Should probably fish that out. And we can keep talking about it. I do want to apologize to the scav population of the Watcher, because what rage has not been gotten out of my system is going to be... yeah. Well, so Orzine, jumping back on that one, that flatness comes from the fact that there's quite a lot that was... I want to say faked. I can see a marketing asset when they've tried to paste over the things. So things like the fact that the XP counter is always on screen, doesn't fade and change. Things like there are 3 abilities that you get to see in that one. Bite the neck, rapid fire punch, and that's it. The others are just like... So it's like they had planned a full combat system and only implemented small parts of it and realized they're not going to be able to implement any more. You know? But like, if the Chinese Room were hiring loads of people and things were getting more exciting and stuff was kicking off, then like... I wouldn't be pointing at it. Like, it wouldn't even be a discussion we're having, right? But at the same breath that White Wolf is saying, this is great, and they're like, we just laid off a bunch of people. We're like, well, one of you is full of shit. And I just, look, I say this pretty much every day now. And tough crackers, you're gonna have to put up with this. The fact that we have a place on the internet we can talk about this shit with people who fucking get it and are not the dregs of the internet is a blessing. I think that if I had to stew on my own thoughts of this all day, then I would probably turn into the worst kind of lunatic. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay. Orzine was saying that White Wolf's latest attempts on the TTRPGs hasn't gone as well as they'd hoped. I mean, you would be the people I would ask. See, and the other thing I love about the Longship is I don't know everything. I obsessively research video games and games industry stuff, but in the same way that someone might be super into model trains or some shit. Like, I've lived it, I've walked it, I obsess about it even now, but I don't know shit about tabletop stuff. I'm not even 100% sure where... to Jer Baron, Watto and welcome. I'm not even 100% sure where White Wolf sits in the grand scheme of things right now. Do you know what I mean? Premium Will does know everything, but for legal reasons, she's not telling. But yeah, like, CD Projekt Red bought White Wolf, I think, and then White Wolf did I don't know.
The dust begins to swarm all around.
Like, I do know that White Wolf's had its problems over the years. Wait, no, it was CCP owned White Wolf, wasn't it? And this is my point, is like, I'm not going to sit here and try and tell you, like, where tabletop RPGs are and aren't these days. I do think it's fascinating that the market share that a TTRPG has in terms of, like, its fan base and its enthusiasm doesn't necessarily translate to its success. Well, I guess that could be said of a lot of things, but... I'll tell you what, though, friends. I'm going to start getting Rain World going. Oh, yeah, no, Unholy Glee. I'm fully aware, like, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines still has mods and content being made for it. It's just getting better. And... like I said, I need a term for it, right? It used to be something that, like, Obsidian were really good examples of. The idea of, like, putting your whole heart into some of these titles and it shining through even years after the whole thing's gone through. The unofficial patch was updated 7 days ago. Yeah. Okay, I swear. Rainworld gets quieter every time I launch it. There we go. Because I was trying to explain the term SLUGCAT to somebody the other day, and they kept asking me like, but why would you play it? It sounds bad. I'm like, wait, well, you don't understand. But then they'd be like, but everything you just said about it doesn't sound like a good game, a good product. I'm like, no. And I found myself at a loss for words to describe games that have real heart. And it's always, you can't point to it obviously, because with games being an experienced medium, it can be really hard to spot from the outside games that have heart versus games that just kinda are, you know? Oh god! Bloodlines 2 is gonna be to Vampire what Colonial Marines was to Aliens. It's entirely possible that the money from Bloodlines 2 might have been used to keep the Chinese room afloat and make Still Wakes the Deep. I don't know that. That's just that's a fictitious guess I have made up, but I can't talk about Colonial Marines because of a class action suit that was filed against Sega a million years ago, and I do not want to put a fucking target on my back for that one, but Avenger, you might be onto something. Someone should make a channel about that. Because Still Wakes the Deep was incredible. And if I check Steam over here, I get the feeling that Still Wakes the Deep was self-published. No, published by Secret Mode. Okay, it might be fine. We might be fine. It could be fine. See if does Bloodlines even have a Steam page up? Bloodlines 2, there it is. Still using the old logo. God. So sad. So sad. I mean, Orzine, I still love the fact that we did a playthrough of it and I was supposed to be trolling you lot, and then you all made me keep going. My April 1st stream was turned back on myself. Okay. On the subject of Rain World, and as I've had a lot of coffee, I'm just going to nip to the loo very quickly and get some water. And then let's keep going with this. But if you want to keep talking about what's happened today, if you want to vent about it, friends, like, that's why we're here. Like, thank you for letting me talk about it. I needed it. Thank you for letting me express my rage, because I needed it. These times are fucked up. They're fucked up. But we'll get through them. Video games still sell. We still love them. You know, we will look after each other. We will look after our friends. And this art medium that we have will continue. Because the one thing that we have is we don't need huge companies. Like, there are some games that can only be made with a big budget. But the number of those games is decreasing. You can't make an MMO with your friends. Not yet. But someone did just make a fake MMO, you know? You can't make a huge, gigantic, you know, COD competitor FPS. But one guy did just make a 1v1 speed dating shooter. It's pretty good. Like, times are changing. Ultimately, we serve no allegiance to any company. We love games, not platforms. We love the people who make games, not the companies who pretend to love them. This medium, this place where we find these incredible stories that stay with us on a level that no other medium can, will continue. And the weird thing is, it's gonna get better. That's what's so fucked up about this. It's gonna get better, and these huge companies are gonna sit around and go, "We didn't know these amazing games were gonna come out. Look at this creativity." They're gonna turn to what 5 overworked, malnourished skeletons they have working on the Xbox 720 billion and go, "Why didn't you make the creative stuff?" And a weak, bony hand will raise and go, "Sir, I pitched this back in 2025." And they'll get beaten with sticks by an AI robot. Like, you cannot have creativity and innovation when all you are doing is killing creativity and innovation and keeping the, I don't know, the thing that worked maybe 10 years ago. We'll make another Halo. That'll do great. We already played Halo. Right? Okay. P-break. Rain World. Get yourself a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, whatever will calm you. And I'll be back in just a second. I'm bursting for the loo. J-Post, thank you. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Premium Will is having a shitey day, so I'm just letting them know that I got some nice stuff for dinner. Well, nice stuff. I went to Trader Joe's, so nice stuff that's affordable, right? Like, I didn't just buy like a Wagyu beef testicle or something, but and Safik, gotta love family on that one. So, okay. Yeah, Mephonics, I regretted it as soon as I said it out loud, and I'm sorry that I incepted that concept. Okay. So this isn't a formal announcement, but you know what? I'm going to talk about it today because I am working on it. And maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. But I think that in the space of all the bullshit going on, all the chaos, all the nonsense, like, if ever there was a day to tell you about, like, at least the hope, the snifter, the dream, the idea, I think today's a day to talk about it. I have begun very, very early first tentative steps in attempting to put together an indie games publisher. I had a very, very good talk about it with people over the weekend, and it's more than just a drunken pipe dream. Like, aside from the things that I'm sure you know that will be no AI, no bollocks, we're also working to create a setup whereby titles will be open source after 10 to 15 years, or in the event that the publisher and the studio go under, allowing for, things like that. Edwin, I can't tell you the name of the publisher yet. It's not Longship Studios, and it's not We Love Sharks. As you know, this is something that I've wanted to be involved in for a very, very long time. A couple years back, somebody who's a fucking bellend got to do this with a famous YouTuber. And I will admit, I was salty as shit for days. For days. But, like, the dream didn't go away. Like, I still want to make games and work on them directly, but right now I have more power and ability trying to put together something like this. We have a very, 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 very limited potential budget. Like, fucking tiny. And our overall strategy is going to be kind of twofold. Looking for titles where, it languished, where it didn't...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fuck off. Whoever that was, you're a terror. But yeah, so looking for titles that languished, that have just like sat on like itch.io as genuine gold unseen. Help those kinds of titles. Use that to generate revenue to be able to start like creating original games within that same space. So, I don't know, 50% Night Dive, 50% Longship Chaos. If it comes to pass and things comes together, the Longship as a stream will still continue. Obviously, there'll be, once it reaches the point where I am being paid and being paid full-time for my work in this, I will let you all know, because then, I won't be reliant on living from, donations and bits. Sorry, let me rephrase that. It won't be your responsibility to keep me alive like a tiny fucking Tamagotchi. But our goal is to do the shit that we keep talking about. Growing a small stable of game devs. Finding the kind of people who make games as a coping mechanism. Find the kinds of people. Yeah, well, Nova, that would be the fucking dream, wouldn't it? Especially if Longship ends up being like a big part of it. Now, maybe this happens, maybe this doesn't. Maybe we make a swing at this and it doesn't hit. Right now, I think is the right time to do it because there is an insane amount of talent in the English language games industry that is not being utilized. Like, so many great games are popping through. And as we've seen so many times, there's no time limit on when a game succeeds. And so many of them have launched, dropped, and just been forgotten, despite being these incredible creations.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Equals 9 by 9.
It does. I hadn't even thought of that. Let's see, 222, thank you. And Fearless, I mean, this isn't the kind of thing that I'm going to get rich from. This isn't like entrepreneurial, but there was a different friend who wanted to create a publisher like this, and they chose to take their life in a different direction, and that was their choice. But the idea of it has still percolated. So, yeah. It's scary, and it's awesome. And Tesla Coil, what's up and welcome. I'm basically going to be working 2 jobs. One of them will be unpaid for quite some time. But again, like, if we as the Longship can create titles, we can bring them to life. If we can take games that languished and share them with people, like, that's kind of what we're about, you know? It is. It is. And, I mean, shit, I'm telling you all super early, but also, you are literally my sounding board in my creative discussion. Yeah, well, I mean, Fearless, if I can get the publisher generating enough money that, you know, I don't have to worry to the same extent that I do these days, that would be amazing, but... Well, and Avenger, we haven't even gone into, like, funding and revenue generation and stuff like that. Someone suggested something similar to a co-op rather than shareholders. And from what I have been told about Flying Bike, one of the breweries in the local area, I'm like, that sounds more like us. But I really think that we can make a difference in this. But again, the things that you need to know. 1, the Longship will continue in exactly the same amount. 2, I am currently not being paid for this. I am looking at the initial amount of potential starting funds and going, all right, how do we make this make as many games as possible? When it gets to the point that I am getting paid by it, generating, you lot will be the first to know, okay? I've always been 1,000% transparent with you all in terms of money and where it comes from and what's going on. And with pretty much all of the paid contracting work pretty much gone, it's not like I'm going to be overstretching. And Hoffers, well, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? When I sat down to talk about this initially with everybody else who really does want to do this, one of the things that we wanted to do was actual games preservation. And I don't think it's possible to have proper games preservation without some kind of, like, this has to go open source, right? Because as we know with users, the IP remains with the IP holders. You know, if our operation was to go under tomorrow, in a good world, any IP holding and stuff should go back to the original creators so that they don't have to worry, right? We don't want to end up with a System Shock 2 situation, which ironically was what spawned Night Dive. But in the event that the original studio no longer exists and the publisher no longer exists, the fact that the open source is out there with assets means that even though legally Molten, I thought you were a bot there. You nearly got nuked into space. Maybe because I've been playing Rainworld for 1,000 years and I have Rainworld tattoos on my body and I'm trying to get the proper ending for the Watcher. Maybe that's it. Or maybe talk about games publishers. Fucking hell. Yeah. Maybe we like Rainworld. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Where is the hubris counter? We're gonna need that. Yeah, it's shocking that I'm a fan of Rainworld. Tesla Coil. So, you know how gardens love rain? Well, what if your garden was a whole world? Molten, you must be new here. This isn't even the most people we've had for a Rainworld stream on the Longship. You must be new to Rainworld. Come on in. Where's the hubris counter? Because, like, Sauron, I know some of your streams have gotten massive. I know Iced had some huge streams at some point. Where's my hubris? There we go. Hubris counter. Well, so Molten, if you've never seen a Rain World stream this big, then you're a wee baby. A wee tiny baby. I'm not even one of the big people in this. Anyway. Where the fuck am I? But yeah, so sorry. Before I get into full-on Rain World mania, I'm going to try and find us a... Oh, and Beeplebees, what and welcome. I just wanted to tell you that the possibility of the Longship helping publish games is a thing that exists. Before you ask anything about plans, initially we have a pretty good solid idea of what kind of titles we're going to be looking to sign and what kind of people we're going to be working with, because I've hyper-focused and planned it extensively. And I will let you all know. It might all fizzle in 6 months, you know what I mean? But it's going to be on my brain. I'm going to want to talk to you all about it. There's no point in being all coy. And when we have a big thing to fully show off to the world, you'll get to be there. Yeah, I mean, Sauron, here's the fucking hope. Like, touch wood. It's... With the drought coming, with everything happening, like, now's the time to do it. And I know how wild that sounds, but... Okay. So... Aside from repeatedly murdering these scabs, we need to head up, grab a flower, and see if the Karma flower will take us to anywhere new. That's the overall goal. Well, yeah, and this is the thing, is like... That's an explosion. It's going to be part of this. The fact that I'm not going to have to stop streaming is a huge win for me. I have to kind of hop in and hop out for this fight, because they're all fighting the bastard salamander, and the bees up top are trying to fucking kill me. Because I fucking love streaming. And of all the things I have done professionally, it's one of the things I love the most. I think the reason why I wanted to talk to you all about it now, rather than wait until we had a more concrete plan, is because, you know, I was showing Little Fire some things I've worked on over the years on the weekend. For those who don't know, I've worked for a lot of games companies. The ones I did the most work for was the Creative Assembly and Rocketworks. And there's a lot of stuff that I've made that I won't get the chance to share with people for a while, because I'm waiting for NDAs to run out. Like, I've made stuff for games that have been cancelled that's some of the best work I've done in my life. And it sucks not being able to share that with people, you know? Like, it's gonna be a while before stuff from this is things that I can show the world, but there's no... Dead, or... And I don't want to be in another situation where I'm drunk on the couch in 5 years' time, wishing I told you all about, you know, trying to do something. And before you ask, yes, the game's... Buddy, not helping. Alright, fuck it. Alright, up we go. Scab's already dead. Yeah, I don't want to be sitting around in 5 years, drunk, being like, oh, I did all this work on this indie publisher and then nothing happened. You know? Because, alright, look, I'm not saying this to drop names. I'm not saying this to be a dick or anything, but Steve Gee is a fucking legend, and I am very lucky that I got to talk to him and I got to know him. Now, you probably don't know who Steve Gee is, and that's fine. But the reason why we're sitting here right now and talking about Rain World is thanks to Steve. Steve used to be in charge of signing games for Adult Swim back when they were a powerhouse of games publishing. And it was Steve that talked to the OG team. I can't remember if it was pre or post Kickstarter. Ah, there we go. But Steve was the one who talked with the team, got them that deal. And there are lots of things to say about Rain World and how it was marketed and sold, but ultimately, thanks to Adult Swim picking up a big old chunk of that tab, you know, we got the game that we see now, right? Alright. This is... Do you reckon this is rotted enough for me to teleport? Or should I pick somewhere weirder? This is pretty rotted, right? This has got to be fine, right? If there's smoke around, you're cool. Okay. But talking to... Yeah, it's pretty rotty. But talking to Steve taught me so much about how to look for the gem in a game early on. It's easy to look at Rain World now and go, hey. And honestly, like, Akapura publishing Rain World after Adult Swim got out of the games business, fucking smart. The fact that we got 2 DLCs this amount and are possibly getting more, like, the team has hinted that we will be getting more story content, which I fucking love. Like, it's easy to look at it now and see the success, but when you jump way back to what it was, like, Steve got it. It's... Hang on, where's my... There we go. Well, I mean, Tesla Coil, we talked about this a lot. Ultimately, Adult Swim did not market Rain World as well as they could have. Alright, where the fuck am I? Cold storage. Ooh. Okay, we need to find a place to sleep because cold storage actually did need infecting. Just gotta remember the fuck to go. Woo! I know you want me. Hang on. In this episode, Will remembers he can turn invisible. Yeah, nah, both of you can get fucked. Okay. That's it. If only had shown them the invisible back then. Well, no, so Adult Swim actually were really good at marketing their games back then, but Rain World's too weird. And you have to understand that Rain World came onto the market just as we were starting to really appreciate the... Yeah! Alright, cold storage is done! Alright, I have to just count how many I've got left in just a second. So at that point, we were seeing this kind of renaissance of, like, super cute... hang on, let me... Where's my fucking... Because I need to start writing down where we need to head. Where's me notepad? Where's me washboard? Oh, here we go. Sorry, my video gaming notepad is snap out of it, babe. You've got a world to take over. Yeah, and Tesla Coil, I also agree. I think this is one of the cases where they're just starting to hit up against, like, the limitations. Okay. Okay. Alright, so we're just going to write down the regions I still have to get. But yeah, so... This game was marketed in the same vein as a lot of the cute indie platformers, right? Because the character was super cute, and the pixel art style was only really known to be evocative of cute, adorable games. As we all now know, Rainworld is brutally difficult. It's an ecology survival game, not a you're so cute, you're so special, you're so cute. So a lot of people, especially early reviewers, hit those first sections of Rainworld and went, what the fuck is this? Not quite full on brutal legend, but a level of disconnect that definitely hit like a brick. Yeah, so initially Rainworld really struggled because people didn't get it. The perception was lost and it was described as being too hard. Now, like, the fandom around it has had this chance to grow and percolate, but Adult Swim never stuck with it long enough to really grow that, because they were in the business of making games where you made them, you sold them. Okay. Oh, shit. Saren says they bought this game on a whim, seeing some screenshots. And the rest is history. Right. So what have we got left? So Shattered Terrace is Dead Pebs. So we've got Stormy Coast. We've got Turbulent Pump. Yeah, it's just a game about cute little SLUGCATs. Well, and okay, does anyone not know my Rainworld story? Coral Caves. Fucking Verdant Waterways. I think that's it. I think the rest is stuff we don't need to worry about yet. Tesla Coil must have caught the marketing hype leading up to Downpour release. Got hooked. Nice! Tesla, I would have sworn you were into it way longer. Alright, so Maphonics, I'll keep it as short as. So, the original core team of Rainworld is 4 people. You've got Joie, who started it, James and Lydia, and then Dell. James and Lydia are kind of the, in that indie sense, the wearing the everything hat. And Dell is an incredible artist. So, like, they nailed the cute look of the squad. James and Lydia used to be a chiptunes band by the moniker of Bright Primate. And during kind of like the early chiptunes explosion, I was a huge fan. Like, they didn't end up being as big as bands like Anamanaguchi and stuff like that, but they were, you know, they were packing out some crowds, and I really liked their jams, right? So I finally get to meet them at a PAX, and they talk about this game they're working on. I'm like, oh, cool. And I'm like, yeah, and it's getting paid for by Adult Swim. I'm like, oh, cool. You know? Okay. Shattered Terrace we don't need. Obviously, Daemon we don't need. I think that's all of them. Yeah, Ancient Urban I don't think we can do, unless that's our, like, final maneuver. So yeah, Stormy Coast, Turbulent Pump, Coral Caves, Verdant Waterways. Oh, Torrid. Do we need to do Torrid Desert? Anyway, yeah, so when I was working BizDev at GDC one year, I had to do an indie game mixer. Like, invite a bunch of indie devs to come talk about stuff. I had a bar tab and a card that I did not have to justify my spendings on, so we did 1,000 British pounds of gin at the Intercontinental. It was great. And with me being a fan of James and Lydia, I invited them all to come. I got to meet Dell, I got to meet Joie briefly, and we got really drunk. And we've ended up basically being friendos ever since. When I started streaming for myself, I didn't know what games to play, and I used to do interviews with game dev friends once a week, which I I don't do as much because I try and invite my industry friends for the Friday night streams, which will be returning. I'm glad we're not doing Sea of Thieves this week, let me fucking tell you. Because I wanted to share the knowledge, because I've been so lucky to meet all these game devs, all these legends, these people with incredible insight and knowledge. I want to share that with you all, and I do. Now we just do it through Sea of Thieves, but anyway. I finally sat down to play Rain World, the very, very beginning of the Longship journey, and became obsessed with it. We actually got confirmation live on stream. Moon is thick. Okay. Do I need to do Torrid Desert? Is that one of my shopping list? Yeah, Safik, it's actually one of the most watched clips on this channel. Actual dev confirmation that Moon is thick. It do be. Okay, so we need Torrid Desert as well. All right. But we got this place sorted because I didn't have cold storage. I kept forgetting about it. Because it looks purple, I thought I'd already gotten it. Okay. So now we just need to survive, find a flower, move on. Yeah, because it's rotted, but it's not the right kind of rot. So. Oh, this poor little guy. Does have the right to fucking kill him, but... Wait. Okay, listen, Linda. And Cinemaphonics, I highly recommend Rain World, but what I would say is there's the whole thing of like everything is spoilers. Your journey through Rain World will really feel like your own. I could tell you all the stories of Moon and Pebs. I could tell you everything that happens in the base story, but it'll still be your journey, right? I mean, Downpour really does feel like early game, which is lovely. All right, buddy. You wanna die? You wanna die? All these lizards will be lost like tears in rain. Yeah, Tesla Coil. If you want to, you can describe Rain World with the whole, like, description salad. I describe Rain World as an ecology simulator, and that, I think, hits the beat real well. Because it is. Like... But the thing is, there weren't ecology simulators at that time, and... Ooh... Hey, is it me or they have super fancy tails? Bye! That's one. Maybe. I don't even know if he's actually dead. What do you mean, what's the difference? Oh, fuck! No! One's a job, the other's mental sickness. Dad, just put Mum on the phone. Don't run from the Lord! God. The only pisser about this is the Watcher's not a fucking carnivore, so I can't eat the lizards for fucking sustenance. Okay. But yeah, Rainworld is a very hard game to describe, but it's an easy one once you've experienced it. And I think that's a big part of its charm, its shine. Judge SLUGCAT. I am the law. That could work. Oh, I remember this place, and I remember it being very bad for me. How do I even get down there? Oh, that way. Maybe? Sort of? Oh. I still love the fact that the original pitch for Rainworld was way more brutal. I'm glad you didn't go full alter, but hearing some of the original choices of how, like, so the pipes weren't supposed to have indicators. You were going to have to just learn where they all were. It's truly sadistic. I'm not saying I hate it, but it's definitely sadistic. Yours. The problem is it's going to be quite a few. It's going to be quite a few cycles until the rot spreads enough. You know what, and Mephonics, I think it's a case of, oh yeah, there was no map either, you're right. Or the map only saved if you slept and remembered it. Like, enforcing the idea that it's only the cycles where you get a nap in that count as a successful cycle. And I can't sleep until I had some more food, so fuck. Yeah, Beeflebees. The problem with our the game media, the art medium that we love so much, is that when it gets you, it gets you. Fuck. All right, are these lizards in cages? Seems a little worrying. Oh, I'm in the storage part of cold storage. Fuck. My genius brain didn't even think of that. I need a little bit more food before we can... Oh! We got here before, and I walked right off that and fucking died. That is not a friendly drop there. That is a bad drop. Okay, I can't quite float up there. Anyway, I do look at Rain World as an example of how games can flourish beyond their immediate. And also, do we have a term for when a game is, like, republished? Other than just republishing? Because, like, the whole thing with Big Mode that's been fascinating is that they have published one original title, Animal Well, and republished one game that existed for years before they got hold of it. Alright, and I see the moths. Try and get a full belly here if we can. Okay, that was a little optimistic of me there. Okay, that's quite a few tears in space-time. Republishing a slice of life anime. Because I will say, there's something that we keep encountering where we come across games that are fucking cool. Oh look, my dinner is here. Hello, bug. And that means we've got breakfast for tomorrow as well. Now, I don't need to do anything. Hang on, where's our... where do we need to go to snooze? Fuck. Oh my god. Maybe we can find someone nearby. Like, I don't need to do anything to help the spread of rot in an area. I just need to sleep a cycle. Like, every cycle banked, right? If I remember rightly. Alright, well, he's fucking stupid, so... Piss off! Oh, Jesus! Easy there, Bungee Tongue. Oh, he's running because the cycle's nearly fucking over. Oh, shit the bed. I was doing so well. I'm just a little guy. Ah, piss. Oh, piss. We're about to die. Ah, piss. Ah, piss. Come on, little guy. You can do this. No, no. Come on. Alright, I've got a different idea. It's not a smart idea. But if it works... Come on. No. No. No, you can do it. No, you can do it. I believe in you. I swear to God, SLUGCAT. If you trust me, I'll get you through this, I promise. No. Come on, little guy. I just need you to climb up. The portal's right the fuck there! Okay, no, we can do this. We can still do this. It's not over. It's not over! shut up. Okay. It's not my best work, I'll be honest with you. And remember, friends, you can't spell hubris without piss. Oh, fuck all the way off! That's on me. I'm fine, I'm fine. Shit. Sorry, buddy, I've got so many spears. Piss. Oh, piss. No! Okay. Okay, that was peak hubris. But yeah, no, so the thing, I guess the other reason why I wanted to talk to you about, like, my crazy stuff that I'm involved with early, aside from the fact that if I do my job right, then I will be trying to find games that you'll actually want to fucking see. Dude, just die already. You're not even that cool. Sorry. Super dark there. The other thing being is because it's kind of a lot of things that I've noticed recently, which has been people not understanding the whole discoverability problem and what it's actually a signifier of. Oh, fuck! God damn it! I have leftover pasta for lunch, I can't wait. But the other thing being is, like, the amount of incredible titles that languish, especially in places like itch.io, that a republishing setup for them would be the difference between... What the hell did he just do? What? Fuck's sake. Okay, so Safik. A lot of games industry people talk about the discoverability problem, i.e., if you make a really, really fucking cool video game, how do people find it? There are a lot of people who look at platforms like Steam and go, holy shit, no one's gonna see my game. And a lot of time, the problem with your game being found is attributed to other elements. You know, the sheer number of games on Steam, cost of games like Summer Games Fest, stuff like that. Yeah, just make 10k a month, be the chosen one on Steam. It's so easy. Okay, time for a rematch. Fuck. Making up for that early run by getting killed. But see, the thing is, Tesla Coil, it's conceived as market saturation because most of the people who talk about this shit, you know, the people who do those like business talks, most of them being wankers, they have this mistaken understanding that the market is saturated and therefore that's why things aren't selling. Not that, hey, you tried to make less good Overwatch and people didn't play it. That's not market saturation. That's, you tried to sell people a product they already have. Oh, fuck me. Alright, now I'm just being an idiot. You tried to sell people a product they already have from a company they already like, and it didn't go so well, and you spent $1 squillion doing it. Like, we in gaming have seen this repeatedly. Remember the era of the WoW killer? Shit like that. But it's happening at the same time that there is a myriad of games on Steam. Sorry, I'm going to talk to you all while I just quickly reheat some pasta. Because I'm getting my arse handed to me and I need some carbs. Emotional support carbs! Emotional support carbs! Yeah. So when people talk about discoverability on Steam, they talk about their game being found. Ugh. Alright. And I think I owe Favor 6 a shark fact as well. Yeah, the end of era WoW killer is probably a drinking age. And hey! Sam, I will happily take money from Jazzy Jeffy B.
Have a prime sub.
And yeah, what a fucking ridiculous day. And the thing is, like, sorry, Sam, it is always good to see you. Thank you for 35 months of throwing cash at my dumb face. For those who don't know, so Makovic, who joined chat, is a fucking legend, has been a games journo in multiple spheres for many years. Like, is an absolute fucking legend. So it's good to have you with. We have raged. I've definitely said some choice things about Phil Spencer today. And I was just talking about the misunderstanding of what's considered like the discoverability problem on Steam and how it's considered to be a problem of saturation rather than a problem of quality threshold combined with you have to tell people about your game. And that's what we're talking about as you came on in, which is why we mentioned WoW killers and the ilk. But yeah, how are you doing, friend? I'm getting my ass handed to me by Rainworld. I had such a good start. I got 5 places I have to infect with rot to finish this run. It's so easy. Honestly, I don't know why people call Rainworld hard. It's clearly an easy game for babies. Jeez. Parmesan cooking spoon. Yes. You know what, Fearless? Marvel Rivals, I think, is a really good example of how, like, people can succeed while taking the wrong lessons. Marvel Rivals came out at the right time because Overwatch 2 had eaten shit hard. That audience was hungry for something else. They came in with a good art style and a notable IP plus cast. And also, everybody's thick in that game, which is definitely a winner. But multiple other people had tried to launch Overwatch killers, and they hadn't landed at the right time. Yeah, Sam, that fucking ZeniMax making their online MMO that got canned today along with the Microsoft layoffs, like, holy shit. Everybody wants WoW's money, no one wants to take the time to actually make a fucking MMO. That's another story in itself. Chiggy cheese! Sorry about that. Desperate for some calories over here. Alright, and I owe 3 sharp facts. But like, okay, joking aside, Marvel Rivals was a success because it was well timed. Like, I know I'm a Gundam fan, but you have to understand that internationally, outside of like the US, Gundam is a huge brand. Like, huge. And the Gundam Overwatch killer was fun, was well built, but no one was looking for it at the time. They had the other products, and it did not have the thirst, you know? So that one ended up dying on the vine. You know, it had an initial good start. It, with some more content to it and some more stuff, it could have. You certainly shouldn't. Oh shit!
Mean what you say, and say what you mean. The world would be a
Greylark, you
much better
fucking
place if
ledge.
we did just that. Thanks for the grog night.
Oh, and Greylark,
Underscore
it was
carrot.
a joy and a pleasure. Hey. It's a joy and a pleasure. It's good to catch up with you, and your fridge magnet is on my fridge right now. I was about to say, actually, we have a few people in the Longship who are thirsty for robots, so I think you absolutely can. You could make a Gundam Goon game, but that's another challenge. But sorry, so my friend Greylark, who just threw in $30 and has claimed the Jarldom, that gives you like a ruler's decree. You know what, Sauron? I must have been thinking of somebody else. No one here could be thirsty for robots. Okay, do not get me started on queer-coded Gundam nonsense. And let me just read out these shark facts first. A Jarl's decree, whoever contains like the bit boss, is the Jarl of the time. And you can make a decree with those powers. Ugh, now I have to read out things about whale sharks. Oh no, we finished whale sharks. Now it's on to... Oh shit! Thanks, I hate this. 75 fierce facts about shark hunting and feeding. So here are your facts. Sharks play a big role in balancing the ocean biodiversity and keeping numbers of prey animals in check. Thanks, I hate it. One of the top predators of a shark is another shark. The only way to kill a shark is with a different shark. Some small young sharks are eaten by larger bony fish, and researchers in a submersible, some 1,470 feet, that's 450 meters, below the surface of the Atlantic, saw a dogfish shark being eaten whole by a large group of grouper fish. See, occasionally they get fucking jumped. And Greylark, it was good to see you. I haven't even had the chance to talk about Sober. Like, I went out to the Sober meet Friday night. It was wonderful. I did not get a chance to sit and chat with everybody that I wanted to. And it is a wonderful problem to have too many friends in one place that you don't get to talk to every friend as much as you would like. Today we've been talking a lot about the Microsoft game layoffs, which have sucked, but also the other game news that snuck on by, i.e. The management team of Subnautica just got replaced by a corporate stooge out of nowhere. Just fucking wild. And The Escapist is yet again relaunching, and yet again has pissed off everyone within moments of their relaunch. Well, I say relaunch, it's one guy, and they're already posting articles like, here's the top 10 real money casinos you should go to and shit like that. So Risk of Rain, to my understanding, is still making money, and Gearbox are actually in the process of hiring right now. Risk of Rain will be fine unless Borderlands 4 sells horribly badly. So yeah, I don't know how safe Gearbox is as an operation, but they are about to launch a huge AAA game. So, like, it's that thing of, I have lots of friends at Gearbox, I would like it if they are all employed and safe and happy. I haven't seen anything coming out of Borderlands 4 that has made me go, oh shit, this is a game I have to play. And in fact, comparing it to Tiny Tina's Wonderland, which did have things that were interesting. I mean, for the himbo class alone. Yeah, Tiny Tina's Wonderland was excellent. So... my new fucking nemesis here. Okay. Revenge! Hey, was it me, or did the spear just get yoked out of him backwards? Sorry, I don't need the kill, I just need him to fuck off. So Greylark, this game is Rainworld. This game is amazing. It looks adorable. It is incredibly violent. It is an ecology simulation game. We play as an adorable little SLUGCAT, desperately trying not to get killed by the varying creatures trying to desperately eat us. So yeah, the procedural animation system does make this game pop, but it is a little haunting because when you stop and think about it, like, a lot of these creatures are flopping around because they're bleeding out, which is fucked up. Now, the only thing I want to do is try and work out a clear path to that, to the Karma Flower, so that once the rot has spread a little bit here, we can then use it to go somewhere else. Greylark, I will recommend this game to the cows and back, but it is incredibly difficult. I like it, but as this is not an easy game for babies, that's for damn sure. Now, did we try going? Oh, all right, mate. All right. Oh, look who's fucking brave. And he's dead. Oh, he took my bloody spear. I need that spear to get stabbed by something more violent. Okay. Okay, now, which way did we try? We went up. I guess we kind of went across. Oh, okay, so across from here, this should be where the Karma Flower is, right? Not anymore, fuck. Alright. So I need to survive at least a couple cycles for that to repopulate. Alright. Let's go get some moth bats, and then have a snooze. But yeah, Greylark, I'm obsessed with this game, and we're currently doing, like, the secret hard ending for the new DLC. But, you know, again, it's an easy game for babies. Where the fuck did he come from? You know what? You lot can fuck around over there. Dude, you can have that drop wig. Sorry, if I go a little quiet, it's... so what happened there was the multicolored lizards are trying to eat my face, but that strange, like, millipede-looking fucker is called a drop wig. Right? It is an ambush predator that leaves little presents for you, and if you're not paying attention, and you just go for them, then it's kind of a good night, Gracie. You just get your neck snapped. Let me guess, somewhere I need to be full karma for, right? Yup. Here I am just trying to get a fucking Wendy's hamburger somewhere here in cold storage. The hard-editing to Rain World. Do you know how little that nails this down? But jumping back. One of the other things that's kind of prevalent is that we have proven now, time and time again, that a video game can have its most successful year in sales after its release. This has happened multiple times. It is not an easily repeatable formula, but it is not impossible. The question then being is like, how do you take those games? How do you republish them? And how do you make that a story? And I think, I don't know. There are plenty of ways of doing it. Honestly, if I had to point to a team that does it best, it would probably be New Blood. Oh shit. Do we have any Ultra Kill fans in? Because one thing I did to calm myself the fuck down today, I was having a quick look on TikTok. And Saren, the fact that you and Virals aren't on TikTok has spared you from about 20,000 Night Rain TikToks I would have sent you. In the first level of Ultra Kill, well, technically 1-1, if you go back once you've unlocked the trick shot, which is a cool little revolver where you flick a coin, you then shoot the coin to ricochet the bullet to then destroy face. The more coins in the air that you ricochet the bullet off of, the more damage it does. So I flick a coin, you can find an entire secret area by flicking a coin into a fountain. The fountain moves. And then you fall into like a teeny tiny version of The Witness, which I cannot speak for the creator's intent, but speaks to me as Jonathan Blow is full of noise and anyone could make The Witness just by bolting some stuff together. You know what, Saren? You're not... Like, I'm old, and I've killed my reaction speeds with late nights and drinking. I've managed to make it most of the way through to... I've made it to, like, fucked up Britain... I realise, once again, how little that narrows it down. I've made it to messed up London Blitz with strange horse bombers. And I'm really hitting the limits of my skills. Let me fucking tell you. I'm really hitting the limits. Well, it's okay, Nova, I stole the arm of another robot, so I now have an arm just for punching stop signs. Saren, I am so shocked to find that out. Though finding out that the TikTok noise of "yes, I know there are desperate sluts in my area, I have a mirror" is also from Gabrielle. The guy who voices Gabrielle in Overkill is extremely funny. And if you've never heard... I hate that I'm blanking on the person's name. If you've never heard of them, you've heard them. Oh, Gabrielle! And I just punt another toddler. Gianni, thank you. Also, okay, I do think that even if Ultra Kill isn't your kind of game, even if Ultra Kill isn't a game that you would play as type, study it. Because there is so much to it. They have an in-game... Like, the amount of time and love and care. Like, you know what? Virals? Your game gives me a similar kind of vibe. Predominantly because of just, like, the amount of details. But, like... Oh, buddy. Your dinner. But predominantly because... Okay, I'm just going to backtrack to our little hovel. I'll bring a little snack for lunch. Sorry, yeah. Ultra Kill has an in-game museum which charts all of the different like creations throughout development and what the game turned into. The amount of hidden stuff and ways in which the story is unfurled is phenomenal. The way New Blood have supported it is exactly how I think a publisher should support a game. Like, I wish I had the same kind of money as Oshri, because I would absolutely... Oh, fuck, I've got to go up and around. Because I would absolutely support it in a similar fashion, you know what I mean? Well, yeah, and so Saren, it's like embracing the yes and of it all. I really appreciate that. Because, like, Ultra Kill isn't an inherently horny game, but the fandom have made it a horny game. So they've gone, alright, yes and. You know? Wait. And it's allowed them to add so much more detail and craft and love to Ultra Kill. Which is exactly what I think a good relationship with a publisher should be. Like, don't worry about doing all the shit you don't want to do. We've got that. You just keep working your game how you wanna. We can all make silly money together. Now, obviously, the things that I want to do, if I do everything right, if the indie publishing stuff goes exactly as planned, it will be at least 5 years before I can even think about doing something like that. And I ain't gonna be making any more than, you know, enough to live. But yeah, sorry. In terms of community management, in terms of biz dev, in terms of just plans and schemes, Ultra Kill is something that's absolutely worth studying. Alright, we love the look of this. Cold storage, looking gooey. Okay, and we have enough food in our belly that we can just sleep for another cycle. Because I think... Okay, this is now me just being a little naive, a little dreamy, but I just keep thinking of, imagine if you had one of those publishers and they made silly money from their big hit, and they just put it into a big old war chest, and they use that to just keep making their game. Like, that shouldn't be a crazy idea. Yeah, virals. Oh, and Dustin, an interesting point. Quasi, good to see you. What and welcome, friend. How goes it? We're getting rotty up in this body. Now, if I can basically go get that karma flower and then get back. Okay. Bye! Fine. You can limp away. I'll let you live for now. Oh, I was going to let you live, but if you want to come back for some more, buddy... What? No! He snapped my neck. He snapped my neck! Like... Oh... Do you know what my dream is? Like, aside from finally making a giant robot game, you know, my dream is if I can use the skills I have to create a situation where the people I care about who make games can have fucking medical, dental, and money to pay rent. That's my dream. And that shouldn't be wild. Oh, you fucking piece of shit! Like, that shouldn't be wild. I don't know if I could make a game hornier, but if that was the goal, I would definitely know exactly who I would bring on board to make it hornier, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, okay, imagine the combat system of, I don't know, maybe more Mecha Knights than Armored Core, but a giant robot game with the subtext and fuckery of Heaven Will Be Mine. Revenge! Rest in piss. Damn it! Okay, there we go. Right, we're all good. We're all good. What happened there was I killed him. He died, and then his corpse fell on me and buried me in a fucking cupboard. But the other thing being friends is, like, I will tell you, like, if things stall out, if things aren't working, because the problem with being the numpty is that there's a non-zero chance. Like, I was genuinely worried when I had all the teeth problems because I was starting to have these conversations and we were starting to look at, like, how the business model would work out and things like that. And, you know, times early on when you're setting these things up, you can't just disappear for, like, 2 weeks. But there I was, my gob swollen, drowning in tooth pain and nonsense. It sucked. Okay. So our goal now, get a full belly. We're going to head back. But then we're going to try and use the teleport, use the Karma Flower plus port in. So we can bring the rot to somewhere else. Like I said, we got 5 locations left to get. Now, it seems like when we do the planned teleport, fucking kidding me. Right. Fine. Actually, have we checked down from here? Did we? No, let's have a look. It seems to be when you do the Karma Flower teleport, it takes you kind of almost where you're supposed to be, which I think is cool. Fuck. I don't think I want to be here. It's not drippy enough around here. Okay. And Safik, that's a huge compliment. And it is something I take a great amount of pride in. Sorry, Safik was saying that anytime I recommend a game, it's something they really enjoy. And I spend a lot of time researching these games. And then I spend time with them. Like, I will accept any and all compliments for my ability to recommend video games because it's not something that I just do. I research the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not luck. It's research and time. Oh, din-dins. What are you going to do, little bug? You will sustain me. Oh, come back here! You're my lunch! Gotta go somewhere. Fuck. Thank you. Don't worry about the fumes. Everything's fine. Okay, so now we move back to the drippy area, do a teleport, and then hopefully that takes us where we need to go. And from there, we'll be able to get another area ticked off for today. Sorry, friends, it's not probably the smartest thing to try and talk about my schemes and my dreams whilst I'm trying to survive Rainwell, but it is how I feel. I don't think anything that I'm striving for is insane. You know? And I hate seeing great, competent ideas languish and die because some fucking old white guy wouldn't see it happen. Like naming no names, there is a project that I sadly think is dead. And it is dead because white guys don't fucking get it. The people who have the ability to sign checks in the gaming space do not fucking get it. Hang on. And there was this project that was going to be like, we talk a lot about, you know, cyberpunk, and we talk a lot about that sphere and its influences, but predominantly it's usually a pretty boring view of it. Like, I would love to hear people who have grown up in non-white families in the US, what they think of cyberpunk and how it represents like American Latin communities and things like that. Because as a British person, feels a little bit stereotypy. Feels a little bit, I'm going to be honest. But, you know, what the fuck do I know? And I wouldn't want to like sit here and say anything about it. But a gentleman I know wanted to create a cyberpunk game as it is an evolution, not from kind of like white middle class perspective that what's his face William Gibson brought in, but from people who have grown up in the shit in the US, because it's a very different perspective. And cyberpunk is always future looking. You take where you are, you make it low life, high tech, grungy as all hell, and then you let it loose. And every time I heard his pitch, I was more inspired by it. And to my knowledge, that game isn't currently in production. And the only reason is because old white guys with money don't get it. Now, I'm not a white guy with money. I have... what's the opposite of money? Debt. That's it. But I just feel like if I had the resources, there are quite a few games that would now exist that would fucking slap. And then everyone would be sitting around going, oh, wow, this was such a... Oh, who could have known this was going to be that? It's like, me. Me, I knew. I love talking to people over at PlaySim because the people they have who pick games, i.e. Balatro and Abiotic Factor, are on it. They have the same eye that I do. They have the same philosophy on it. And it's so incredible to see. Yeah. Saren, like, abso-fucking-lutely. I have unmoney, that's it. I mean, Greylark just gave me $30. I'm smiling. That's a whole bunch of groceries for my dumbass. Like, let's fucking go. So yeah, the thing we were talking about earlier with the saturation of people being genuinely surprised Pika-faced, where they try and make the same thing that exists, but more corporate, and it does not hit. Continues to surprise me that... I guess I shouldn't be surprised, because if you know the environment, you know the yes-anding you have to do to get to a decision-making space that will only ever lead to that kind of corporate bollocks. All right, time to spread the rot. Let's go! Right here, joking aside, Saren, like, let's say we've just suddenly got money to throw around. All right, where are we? All right, Torrid Desert. So now I've just got to not die, because Torrid Desert is on the list. Oh shit, and... Okay. No. Don't do it. That's right, we're going to fake him out. Come on. Yeah. That time. Hopefully this is enough to spread it. Yeah, born to be an eclectic patron of the arts, forced to pay to survive. Yeah. Whoa, I mean, I just want to take a small side note to just say, like, I'm insanely lucky. The fact that I'm even at this point talking to you all and having these dreams on Twitch. On fucking Twitch is insane. Yes! Torrid Desert's done! Alright. 4 more places to go! Because, like, okay, joking aside, we've talked a lot about, like, how to do... like, the visual novel dating game and how to make it good. Like, Saren. I hire you, creative lead, we make a sexy robot dating game, and we actually make it a commentary on, like... I'd make it a commentary on how the rampant acceleration of technology makes it, like, makes the old stuff at first obsolete and then essential. That this quest for the newest and bestest, for the new hot thing, creates ever-decreasing circles of sustainability and also functionality. Like, no one's going to be scrambling to get a specific Samsung Galaxy model phone, but there is a huge culture around the acquisition and improvement of classic Game Boys. And I know that's, like, apples to oranges a little bit, but... oh, I don't know, we pick something else, but, like... like, that's a project that could easily make, like, $250,000. Don't know how much it would cost to make, but they could easily make that much back. Greymore, I knew how to summon you. But I'm just saying, it's like, within the confines of the individuals that just frequent this tiny corner of the internet, we could easily bang out some massive titles. Okay, now I gotta remember where in this environment the... Karma flower spawns. Yeah, I mean, so People Bees, I don't stream a lot. Ah, you son of a bitch. Oh, shit. Okay, that went horribly, but I am going to steal that guy's fruit because he knows what he did. I love visual novels, and I think they're a really good storytelling method. I hate that they kind of became this, like, joke. But I don't stream a lot of visual novels, because reading that much text at once can be a little bit much for my little dyslexic ass, but... But I love them as a medium, and I love that they exist. Again, one of my favorite games of all time, Heaven Will Be Mine, is a giant robot game. A giant robot visual novel with some really good visuals. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Fuck off now. Oh, God damn it. Oh, there we go. I guess the lizard pissed off already. That's good. Because there's the karma flower. Actually, let's not get the karma flower just yet. We need the rot to progress. We need to find out where the rot is. But we know where the karma flower's at, and that's what's important. Hey, I mean, Grindmore, if we haven't talked about it already, if I can help with that, let me know. Because the other thing is, I am not suddenly going to start being all fucking cagey about my industry knowledge and shit. If the last, 7 years of Longship have shown me anything, it's that the kind of people who would listen to us don't. Sorry, the kind of people who should listen to us don't. And the more people we can help, you know, rising tide and all that. Sorry, I said like 5 different points at that, but I was so in-game, I was kind of panicking a smidge. So, I love visual novels. I don't stream them a lot because I'm not good at them, but I do love them. I still want to go back and make the sandwich dating game that me and Susan Aunt came up with, like, 5 years ago? Yeah, 5 years ago, because it was, yeah. Yeah, so People Bees, it's weird how visual novels as a genre get the most amount of shit. Oh, so Safik, it was, I forget why we were talking about it. I think it was an example of how, like, video game ideas are easy, but making them is hard. And what we came up with was, it's a dating game where you play a sandwich. And it's ultimately funny, like, you see people and someone's like, oh, I'm looking for a club sandwich. And you're like, oh, well, I'm a BLT. If I just get some chicken, then I'm a club sandwich. And then we can date. And it ultimately becomes a discussion about how much we change when we start to date other people and how much of ourselves we are willing to change to date other people. You know, almost like a personality ship of Theseus. At what point have you changed so much of your core self to match somebody else or to be somebody else's taste that you've lost who you are? And I think that's really important. And I do think, jumping back to Beeple Bees' comment, that for some fucking reason, it's always visual novels that take shit for being visual novels. And that's kind of wild if you stop to think about it, you know? Die! Fuck! Die! Die! Yeah! And before you say anything, Dropwigs deserve it. Because one thing that a few of us were getting a little bit pissed off about is how every fucking company for a while was doing the lol, wouldn't it be super funny if for April Fool's Day we made a visual novel? Or pretended to be a visual... you fucking mimic piece of shit! Blasted. Dang it. There's not enough food in there for a full belly. You know what? I'm just going to kill it now. Because I'll forget. I'll forget and then it'll pull my face off, like in that movie, Face Off. Alright, right now we're just looking to see where the gore has spread to and maybe find enough food. No, why did I do that? That was dumb. That was dumb. This is why I have a hubris counter. Yeah, so Maphonics, I really liked that the Sonic Murder game was a... Yeah, was a real proper game that was good. You know? Oh, no, no, fuck you guys. That engine bullshit. And from what I heard, the Dead by Daylight dating game was surprisingly well put together. It was actually a good game. But so many others, and like... Ah. Sup, dickheads? Come fight me? Yeah. Come on, boys. It's time to kill. For a while for April Fool's Day, even the idea of making a visual novel was a joke and was haha and funny. Good. Okay. The scabs aren't coming out here, which is... Oh, they got chased away. Depending on how this works, I might be able to stab that one in the bum. Oh, he fucking ran as soon as I broke his shield. Warp, 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 warp. That's what you sound like, mate. Oh, I've got to try and find some more food, though. Now remember, if they hiss, they're going to bite you. If they don't hiss, they're good for a snack. Wait. What's that brick? I love my brick. You know what, Fearless? That's a good... sorry, Fearless was saying they think it might be because visual novels have a low barrier to entry. I certainly wouldn't disagree with you. I mean, we already have a real problem with snobbery when it comes to the games industry at the best of times. Alright, let's go back and get a snooze in. And then we've got lunch for tomorrow. And so that is a big part of it. Where the fuck? Sorry, there's a drop wig and an invis-lizard up there. Alright, but... They should start running soon, because... Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off! No! Nobody likes you! Sorry, I'll come back to that point in a second. Little Fire, Watto and welcome. How are you holding up? Oh, you son of a bitch. He waited! He waited! Oh, fuck you all the way off. Stab me one more time like it's no big deal.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Nothing worse than a villain with patience.
You're not wrong, Sadlin. You're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. Fucking bastard. Alright, you can have your fucking shark fact and all. Huh. Sharks tend to be selective eaters, each species going after a particular range of prey. We know that's not true, because tiger sharks will eat anything. But I will say by eating injured, dying, or dead animals, sharks keep the oceans clean and prevent fish diseases. Who wrote this? A fucking shark! Okay. So we do have to hang out in this area and get a few cycles go... Fuck. Damn it. He dropped his spear. I needed that. Alright, I think I can make these work. Oh, can't make that work though. Fuck! Will supports fish diseases. The sharks that go after dino nuggies are the ones that hate me personally above all else. Okay. This is going to be the chaos part of this run, isn't it?
Ah, the will is playing Rain World sounds. So if you were trying to spread rot around, would that make you some kind of Grim Reaper pollinator, like a Beetlejuice bee?
I'm actually not sure where we fall on the fucking spectrum of this. Because we sure as shit aren't the good guy. Fuck. Fuck. No! I panicked. I panicked and I jumped. Bacon, thank you kindly for the bits. Alright, let's see if the scav hunt is still on. Okay, they've calmed the fuck down for this run.
Typhoid Mary, but for rot. A rot omni, if you will.
The fuck did you think you were gonna do? Oh shit. Shit! 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 Fucking shit! Oh, this is not going according to plan. Before you ask, yes, there was a plan. And remember, if it hisses, it's trying to kill you. No, but seriously, Bacon, Simple Chaos, thank you. And you lot are gonna have to put up with me saying thank you to you a lot, especially this week. Because, like, with as many friends as been affected by the Microsoft layoffs and shit like that, once again, it is insane. It is insane to me that we're still here, right? And that is only because you lot keep me alive. And it's much easier to... Okay, it's much easier to keep one numpty alive than a whole-ass game studio. I'll be the first to admit that. But... I wouldn't even call it, like, survivor bias. It's... Like, I don't know. It's not, sorry, I wouldn't even call it, like, survivor's guilt. But it's... I think it's that wish that I... Like, you know, I couldn't do this without you lot, right? So I can't joke and say, you know, pick a game dev and adopt them like you have me, because I need your help, right? Exactly, Jeffrey. Exactly. But I guess that's why I wanted to start talking about the publishing stuff, because if I can keep going, if I can keep kicking ass, I can hopefully build something stable that then does keep other people alive, you know? Alright. Yeah, and Sadlin, people were getting hyperbolic and they were getting their info wrong, which I try not to get too grumpy about, but motherfucker, pretend like you're not dead. Okay, don't hear any hissing, which means it's time to snack. So these things will start getting mad soon. But yeah, just finishing that previous thought, I'm probably going to be saying a lot of heartfelt thank yous this week, because there's nothing like seeing how bad it could be to just hammer home how lucky you are, right? Like, I know you will get this. And one thing that strikes me, and I say this as someone who's on the receiving end of it, it is insane that it is more financially stable to talk about video games than it is to make video games. Like, that's wild when you stop and think about it. Yeah, numbers, a lot of piss has been boiled, but we've been balancing it, so it's not just been incoherent, ragey nonsense today. So the other thing I was asking is, friends, how was your weekend? Did you get up to anything creative? Like, what's a lovely thing that happened over the weekend? I got to see everybody at Sober. A very, very close friend trusted me with some really, really lovely like happy news that's going on with them that they haven't told everybody yet. And I've been, you know, when you're just happy for one of your friends, I've been happy for them for days. Viral's put another dating sim in their game. Oh, we love to see it. Yeah, Salem. Yeah, you do. Oh. All right, this is good. We got to go get the Karma Flower, and then now the rot has taken hold here. Head to another place. Simplecast's new Lego botanical line just dropped. It did, including marigolds, which TikTok has loved. I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one. Oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to teleport from here though, am I? Because this is already a... So I need the rot to progress further, don't I? People B started writing and drawing their weird fucked up dreams, making cool art out of it. Yes. Yeah, I thought that the X-Files Lego set was a bit, and it turns out it's not. Hang on, can I do a... No. A presence already binds this place. Alright. Do I have a full belly? I do. Alright, I ate the Karma Flower too soon. So, just gonna make this work. Hey, Kestrel, what and welcome. Ooh. Kestrel, have you put any of your kit bashes in No Grey November? Because Gorkamorka was one of my favourite Games Workshop games of all time. So kit bashing orcs is something that, while I do not do, I have a great love for. Okay. Yeah, no, the live action sets, the One Piece live action sets look incredible. I made my birthday purchase. I have bought a very, very big Gundam kit, which I'm going to work on sorting out and priming so that anyone and everybody that's going to be hanging out with from my birthday onwards, I'm gonna be asking my friendos to do some cool art stuff, which should be rad as shit. All right, if they hiss, that means we're in trouble. If they don't hiss, then we snack. Shit. Where's my rock? There's my rock. Wait. My SLUGCAT's stuck. Okay. And sorry for keeping an eye on my my phone, friends. It's just I will need to let Premium Will in the apartment. Okay, why is it not hitting them? Is it just a bad rock? There we go. There we go. I'm not looking forward to when these guys stop spawning. That is going to suck. Oh, yeah, no, but Jeffrey, it is gundam. It is huge. And I've talked about this a lot, but that's because it's kind of like, I really, really like the idea of it, and I'm looking forward to it. So, those of you who are in the greater Seattle region, we will be hanging out, and I will be getting you to... Sound of... I will be getting you to make cool, fun art stuff. Alright, the scabs are in. I hate them. Oh, shit, the bed. Don't you fucking dare. Not again. Fuck. Okay, job's a good one. So yeah, it's one of those things that just, it's on my mind right now. I haven't gotten to like paint or do anything creative like that in quite some time. And, you know, it's a good couple months before, well, I guess it's like a month and a half and plus till my birthday. It's gonna be my 40th. I want to do something special. And not something special that involves getting shithoused. Numbers, I think the monk has enough, can get enough food in their stomach to sleep twice, but I'm not sure. So BeebleBees downloaded Digital Tamers 2, which is all that are interested. Digimon, endless grinding, and holy fuck achievements. Which one's Digital Tamers 2? Now, okay, did I hallucinate that there was a Digimon game that involved barcode scanning? Because I know we talked about it a lot. There was definitely the Digimon game with the cards, which is also the best season of Digimon to watch. Was it a hallucination? Okay. Alright, it's not gooey out here, but... That's so weird that the portal's gone. Okay, the portal's gone, but the rot hasn't fully spread yet. Oh, fuck. Alright, do they hiss? They do not hiss. Alright. Yeah, Monster Rancher is the one who used music CDs. I don't know if Damien's in and hanging out today, but our good friend Damien Crawford of the infamous Damien Crawford's Golfing Experience. Whether that game is a threat or a joke is entirely up to your psyche. But Damien has actually submitted a full 100% speed run of that. I think that game is fascinating. God, I could talk for hours about how, like, so many of those bizarre toyetic crazes and how they bled over into video games. I know I've talked about it multiple times. It's wild to me that Pokemon beat Digimon. Okay. Okay, so wasn't a video game, but Beeblebees is saying that was a Digimon D-scanner device that let you scan barcodes. Okay, so I didn't completely hallucinate it. Makes me feel a little bit better. Actually, I'm just going to get that nap in. Because that's not Stormy Coast, is it? That's the icy area that we already got with the infection. You know what? If the portal's not up there, that should allow us to teleport through. If this guy doesn't fuck it up. Fuck. Oh, no, Beeblebees, I'm always down to talk about this. And I just find it fascinating because, like, when you think about where Pokemon was positioned when it released, that it became one of the biggest brands on the planet is wild to me. It's like waking up one day and finding out that Suikoden is more successful than fucking Mickey Mouse. No. Buddy, I need you to not right now. Okay. Now. No. No. Okay. You're doing this on purpose now. There we go. Please take me somewhere that I've never been. Where's this? Rusted Rex. Ah, pool. Now, do you think this will be a better place to work from or a worse place to work from? Wait, have I never been to Rusted Rex? I must have. Alright, well, fuck it. I'm going to snooze here. As much as I like the Torrid Desert, we got that place, and if we've gone to a place that is already riddled... Alright, well, Fearless, if I'm still going when you get back, then fuck yeah. If not, have a lovely rest of your evening. Burrito well, friend. Burrito well. Yeah, Rusted Rex we got. Okay. I'm kind of wondering if we should try and head back to the big corpse, right? Because if I do an emergency jump now, that's probably going to take me back to... Well, no, I shouldn't say big corpse. The corpse of... I don't think I've ever really been here. Man, those fucking... Ooh, don't like those. Sorry, there's a bunch of, like, vicious-looking, leeches in the water. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, you want to eat a leech? You want leeches? Come on. Come on. Okay, well, this place is super weird, but okay. Alright, I just need to find a karma flower, and then we are set. Oh, I made it mad. I made it mad and it's already horrifying. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm sorry, Beeple Bees. You brought up a really good conversation topic, and then I started on it, and then I got too Rain World in. The TLDR is I don't really have anything to add into the conversation about, like, Pokemon v Digimon that you don't know. It's more the case of I'm so amazed of how it shook out. You know, as someone who was a very early adopter of Pokemon. Because, like, the Game Boy was my first console. I was obsessed with anything I could get for it. And when we had to go visit my stepdad's family in Fort Wayne, Indiana, I saw a Nintendo game with a cool-looking turtle on the front. And I went, I fucking want that. My original start was Blastoise, if you can believe that. Have we been here? Yeah, you can fuck off. Okay. These little lightning guys are pretty harmless, but they are a pain in the ass. So I'm kind of avoiding them until I can deal with them, you know? Sorry. But yeah, so just to add on to the subject, again, I know we all know this, it's just that Pokemon didn't come with a franchise first. Digimon did. And I don't know how they did in North America, but the Digimon, like, handheld... Oh, that is everything bad right there. Everyone's dead, Dave. I do like how you can set those guys off basically like a jet-powered Beyblade from a distance. Fuck, 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 fuck! Okay, no, we're cool, we're cool, we're cool. Everything's fine. Do you mind? No, no! Fucking bastard! No! Stop putting me in the water! Okay, so we're not going that way. It's fine. This whole area is the worst idea. This is such a bad idea. Oh, shit. Fuck! Okay, that whole thing was a fucking... Everything's a dick in Rainworks. Okay, and breathe. And breathe. Okay. Okay, so somehow we need to try and find a karma flower. But that's really all we need. This whole area is fucking riddled. Like, we don't even really need to... Nope, 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 fuck off. Woo! We don't need to hang around here. This whole place is bad. This whole place sucks. Case in fucking point! Like, has anyone been keeping up with the mods for... Ah, that was hubris right there. Am I alive? Am I dead? What am I? Okay, now I'm dead. Okay. Anyway, sorry, let me go back up. Because Beebles, I do think the interesting concept of, like, the Digimon games were ultimately emulating the virtual pet craze. And the virtual pet craze is fun when you have a little gimmick in your hand. But if you put it into a game, a lot of those time-based, like, raising mechanics feel like they pull a user away from an experience. Whereas Pokemon, you do none of the raising and you have all of the good times. This is my Pokemon who comes with me on my journey. I can give them treats and I can give them items, but ultimately, I'm not responsible for keeping them from fucking dying. You know, even if they get the crap kicked out of them, they're just going to be like, I am unwell. I shall fall asleep, Hongshu. I have come back in our free medical healthcare system. I'm Pokemoning it up. It's interesting sometimes that the idea of a concept works better than its implementation. But Digimon had the brand recognition first. And I have this feeling that the team who made, like, the early Digimon games probably pitched something that was much simpler, right? They probably were like, you know what, we'll just make like a little RPG, but people can raise their buddy. And their bosses probably went, no, children want the Digimon experience. You know what I mean? There are probably several devs out there who drink quite heavily knowing that they had pitched Pokemon in its entirety. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get out of this area because, one, this area sucks, and two, I can't get Karma Flowers around here. I know where the Karma Flowers are in the desert. Buddy. What the fuck just happened? I broke it! Sauron! Sauron, I broke it! I mean to! I think I just broke reality. Alright, come on, bull squigs, you're coming with me! A bull squig and I think 17 fucking leeches. Look, I'm just gonna go for a snooze. I'm just going for a fucking snooze. Alright, I'm gonna unfuck this run. So actually, Sadlin, I've been saying the name wrong so much, and I do apologize. Akira Zero, it is not Akira Zero, actually gave me one of the OG, well, one of the re-releases. And, you know, there's not many things I would spend money on if I had it. Sorry, I apologize that everything comes down to money when we're conversing. I do apologize. It was more just, the Digimon Oh. Holy shit, the map's changed. Or maybe, I'm not quite 100% sure yet. Okay, not completely. But this is very weird. Oh, buddy, don't be a dick! Yeah, it got ultra rotted. I'm sure this will have no bad repercussions at all. This is fine. But no, so it was like, I definitely get the Digimon trainer that comes with the card reader. Because that's the series of Digimon that was fucking cool and worth it. Okay. Also, now this whole area is rotted. It's going to be a little bit easier to get through it. Alright, remember, if they don't hiss, they're good for eating. Well, you know, numbers. I'm not saying that any of them are bad and terrible and not worth it. It's just, it's Tamers is the good series, and that series is just fucking phenomenal. Well, so Sauron, what's weird is usually the grubs have like a predatory version. Who, if you overhunt these areas too much, like the super version will show up, and the, you know, I'll go to the center. Its version hisses at you and then will fucking kill you. The hiding ones, the babies, Like, those ones are good eating, but you do have to pull them out of the ground, which is kind of a challenge there. Okay, we can actually head out on this run if we fancy it. Yeah, Kuaz. The voices were pretty good. But that's it. I'm gonna need you to fuck all the way off. Okay. And both Numbles and Beeplebees, like, we'll have to do this as a proper conversation again another time when I'm not dodging the nightmare horrors. And this is Stormy Coast. All right, this is good. Okay. Put a pin in the discussion. I need to get us somewhere safe. Stormy Coast is on our list. All right. I just need to find somewhere to rest. Okay. Yeah, I actually have to get my fucking focus on now, which is the worst. Oh, I know where to go. I know where to go. We got this. Yeah, yeah. And then we'll take enough for a couple of snoozes. That way we can hang out here. Oi! Ah! This is so... There we go. Sorry, I had to get the jump just fucking right. Alright. In theory, if the rot has spread to here, that means we have done 3 regions this stream. Alright, so fingers crossed. Yes! Okay, Stormy Coast is done! Fuck yeah! Woo! Alright, that means we still have Turbulent Pump, Coral Caves, and the Verdant Waterways. Obviously, I'm fearing the Verdant Waterways because that one is hell frogs and underwater. And again, I'm right in saying we don't have to do Ancient Urban. Shattered Terrace is literally, you know, where we headed. And Daemon is basically outside of time. Now, Saren, do you think... Oh, sorry, to those of you who played through this attempt at the campaign, is it worth going and having a little look-see? Like, should I try doing an emergency teleport without... without a Karma Flower? Is it worth seeing? Oh shit, that was a quick burrito. Alright, well let's see if the emergency teleport will take us there. Because it might. Okay, Outer Rim. Fuck, how do we get there from here? Oh yeah, we just keep going right. Oh, we just keep going left.
So I know that the list is like a mile long, but any chance to Gmon Time Stranger might be a long play at some point?
So, never say never. I think we'd probably do... what is it? I almost called it Digimon Problem Sleuth. Sorry. Wait, does it take us back to the prince if there's stuff to... Oh, that's fucking good. Cyber Sleuth. Sorry, I almost called it Problem Sleuth. That's a Homestuck reference now. But I'm not against it. And I do think that while it took a long time, Digimon as a video game franchise has really started to find its feet. And I really appreciate where it's at. Like... Eventually they kind of realize like the cultural spot it sits in, and they've embraced it, you know? And Cyber Sleuth was definitely the point where people realized that they were really going for it. Because like there was one Digimon game on the DS I played fuck tons of, which was kind of somewhere between a classic Pokemon-esque, but it also had the way you would evolve your Digimon felt more like the Gundam games where you get different types and you evolve it forward. Yeah, Dawn and Dusk I played loads, mainly because I was out visiting my my biological father at the time. But I put in serious hours to that. Cyber Sleuth has become such a wonderful talking point that we'd probably do that before we did Time Tricks. And you're right, like, air quotes, the list is lengthy to say the least. Oh, wait. Probably want to... Even if it's a gross meal, we probably want our little SLUGCAT to have a full belly before we hit the prince. Just in case wherever we go, we need to snooze. Ugh. This will take a little while, so yeah. I was talking about the fact that, whatchamacallit, Digimon the movie has one, an incredible soundtrack, and two, is basically like proto-Summer Wars. At Greylock, we have tried Repo. We're actually doing Peak finally this this Friday, because some folks are off doing like holiday celebrations. So it's been hard to get a crew together for Sea of Thieves and the Ilk. So Greylock, I highly recommend playing Repo. See if you can find anyone else who hasn't played it yet. But it is very, very good. So, Numbers, there was a thing doing the rounds on TikTok, which made me laugh so much, and it was, I'm going to tell you the soundtrack to a movie, and I want you to guess what it is. And it's this list of absolute bangers. And he's like, did you guess Digimon the movie? Of course you didn't. No one talks about that. Okay. ribs! Spare ribs! And just remember, friends, you can have Halloween decorations up all year round. No one can stop you. Time doesn't mean anything anymore. Traditions are chaos. Do you know what me and Little Fire did over the weekend? We made deviled eggs. Why? Because we wanted deviled eggs. We were playing 7 Days to Die, and every time you run by, you can pick up eggs from like the little bird places. I was like, man, I could go for some deviled eggs right now. And the rest of the story tells itself. We made shitloads of them and ate them all. You know? As somebody said, you know? Everything's chaos right now. If you want to watch a Muppet Christmas Carol in the middle of summer, fucking do it. You know what? Why not? See people dressed. You see kids dressed as Spider-Man or Disney princesses all the time. Why not just go full Halloween all year round? There we go. The one I've... sorry. So while all of my teeth stuff's doing really well, and I've got, what, like, a little under a week until I get the full fixie done, it's going to be a while before I can, like, bite down on crunchy stuff safely. But I am already dreaming up what I'm going to eat. Little Fire, I assume for villainy and evil, showed me grilled cheese chicken focaccia. So you make, like, a full-on, like, cream sauce, pasta, chicken special. Then you take the leftovers and cook it into a grilled cheese sandwich. I hadn't even considered this. Like, how weak is my bloodline that I hadn't even considered that? You know? I thought myself a genius, a master, for unleashing the mac and cheese grilled cheese sandwich. But how weak am I that I did not consider, like a carbonara fried bread. Zayden, I would love to try people's deviled eggs. Because I was under this weird impression that they were insanely difficult to make. But there is no force of nature that can stop you if you decide to make 12 deviled eggs for yourself. So aside from health food concerns, why not make deviled eggs all the fucking time? Okay. Gee. I'm gonna put my spear here. There's no need to use it. We're heading up to the prince. Yeah, so Aeon, look, we talk about cultures a lot, but I don't think we ever discuss how many of the English language cultures are drastically different. Like, I loved being in New Zealand. Their beers, phenomenal. And anything that they create involving eggs, spectacular. But New Zealand, as a country, the people who hold sovereignty in that area do not understand the power of grilled cheese. They are ignorant to the force. They are ignorant to the idea that a grilled cheese isn't a sad cheese sandwich. It's a vehicle for greatness. They are ignorant to the idea that mac and cheese is a delivery system of glory. Hey! You chose a great time to come on in. Marty Cow, Watto, and welcome. Oh, well, Marty Cow, it's always lovely to see you. Friends, if you're not following them, please change that right the heck now. Hang on a second. I need to quickly do a thing, because I can't believe it's not been. Boosh. Yeah, lurk away, friend, lurk away. To those of you who have just joined us, Watto, and welcome. Aside from talking about grilled cheese awesomeness and how mac and cheese is a vehicle for greatness, we're playing Rain World, and you're at the gory, gooey, weird part, so hello. If we've never met, my name's Will. I will talk your ear off about video games, indie games specifically, until the SLUGCAT obscure the sun. I'm a huge Rain World fanatic, so please ask if you have any questions. And we have talked about the Xbox layoffs. And we have talked a lot about the games industry news of the day, especially stuff around Subnautica in the ilk. But if you want to chat about it some more, that's okay. Greetings, friend! Oh, you've come! Please, please, be comfortable. Much time has passed since your last visit, and my kingdom grows. Oh, the things I have seen and tasted. Are you gonna tell us about it, or are you just gonna... Hello. Hello. Have we talked about the fact that... so is the official name for this the Prince? Have we talked about the fact that it is a grown version of the Iterator? That what we see here... Yeah, essentially, Phyllis, what we see is an organic iterator. This is just the interface point, right? This is the peak of the flower. No, it's not blueprints. But we will be doing that. Spoon. We're going to do Tunic before we do blueprints. Oh, we're starting a playthrough of Tunic tomorrow, and it's going to be fucking good. Oh. Okay, so the iterated... so the Prince doesn't have too much to say, but... Anyway, sorry if I'm a little fried. So Marty Cow, who just raided in, is a lovely individual, absolutely worth following, and is another Blackout Club chosen, like myself. If you get the chance to watch their streams, ask to see the Die For You tattoo, because it's fucking cool. Okay. So we've been there. The fact that we can actually sleep here is wild. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go take a little nap inside the Iterator. So I don't know if we've actually rested at this point. I'm sure this is safe. No, I don't think we've slept here. He's just a little guy. Ah, this is because we still have to do the Virgin Waterways, isn't it? Wait, no! This is like he's coming up out of the void fluid. Is he dreaming of going back home? Could you hear me screenshotting everything? Sorry, friends. Yeah, I'm not sure what the meaning was there. Okay, so up top, that's just the area. So 2 there, 2 there. But I think I saw some other places we could go. We've got this gap here. We know that the one below that leads to one of the areas we don't need to hit. I could have sworn I saw some other pathways down this way. Or I might be just fucking losing my marbles. That is also entirely... Aha! I knew I wasn't completely losing them. Oh, shit. Sorry! I mean to... stab you in the unknowns there. Ah, okay. So that's an area that hasn't opened up yet. Alright, now where do we enjoy being in the past? I quite enjoyed being in the Sky Islands. Maybe we can go there and try some teleportation. And Bear Toast, what and welcome. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're actually in not too spicy a position, as fucking spooky as it looks where we're at. And we've got 3 places left to go. Oh, sorry, Betos. My apologies. We're doing good. How have you been? What have you been up to? And is there anything lovely you've been up to, especially this weekend? Anything that you can share with folks? With all the shitiness of the games news today and everything, I'm trying to balance it all. You know what I mean? May have chosen a very bad place with which to get stuck in here. Those are some big hunters. Oh, and here you are, hungry. Okay. So, this might actually have been a really dumb place to... No! In the fucking thing! Alright, we're good, we're good! Yeah, I think I absolutely chose the wrong place. fine. It's fine. This is all fine. Everything is going entirely according to plan. That isn't a horrifyingly bad noise at all. Oh. Thanks, Super Vulture? Did we have a deal with him? Was he a guy? Was he a homie? Okay, and this is good for us. Because there's the rot in the air. Go down here, where it's rottier. And then... yeah, that was extremely nearly death. I'm not gonna lie. He wasn't gonna let go. And the vulture just swooped down and went, "Don't worry, Will, we've got you." Coral caves. Okay. Okay, good news. As long as we don't get sucked up into that thing. No. Gonna need you to not there, Event Horizon. Alright, we're good. Okay, we just have to make it to a shelter. Our bellies are full. We've got what we need. We can just make it to a shelter. Then that means we've only got 2 places left. Shit. Oh, shit. So this is one of those good news, bad news. Is there a closer shelter? Oh, shit down my leg. Oh, this is not good. Okay, basically, we need to head left. There is a lizard in the water. There are also multiple problems in the water. Maybe a shortcut through here? God, I'm just watching this map. Okay, we might be lucky. Like, I think that axolotl is dead. No, it's not dead, but it's getting pop-snailed. Oh, hang on. Oh, shit. I keep forgetting I can do this! Okay, challenge number 1. Cleared. Now all we have to do is clear a huge amount of water with that thing in it! Fuck you, mate! I'm sorry, it's a long cycle. We can wait him out. We can wait him out. We just have to get to the other side of this huge expanse of water. And he's a Leviathan. How patient could a Leviathan be? Am I right? Don't answer that. I'm gonna try something really fucking stupid. Okay. No, this is good. This is good. The hunters didn't get me. And with any luck, we've spread the rot to the coral caves. And then all we gotta do is survive. Numbers, I don't know. I just keep getting fucking lucky. Yes! Coral Caves is done! Fucking wee! Now, does this make up for Scav murder last week? Back of the net! Back of the net. I mean, Numbers, that's a philosophical question. Have I fed squillions of hunters with slugcats? Or am I merely repeating the same cycles as one slugcat and ultimately succeeding? Is this not a commentary on how perseverance can overcome even impossible odds? And how much bullshit can I talk if left alone for long enough? Oh, my words. Okay. Not looking forward to verdant water flows. Fred, I couldn't possibly comment. Couldn't possibly comment. Okay. But all we have to do now is eat, sleep, survive. And there are quite a few ways that we can go from here that don't involve heading back up or having to deal with the fucking nightmare Leviathan. If you're wondering how I've avoided getting eaten by creatures, as the hunter at max karma, you don't go invisible, you kind of slip between like this realm and the next. You know, you're not out of sight, you're out of phase. Is he infected now, or is he just fucking horrifying? Get off the fucking pole! Oh, fuck me. Well, that was a fucking nightmare. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, I'm going for a fucking nap. Oh yeah, but here's the flip side. By slipping between the dimensions, I've just torn a rift in space-time, so I love that for me. You know what, Fred? I died more to Melania than I have to the entirety of the Hunter campaign, so... hubris be damned! Some would say I'm built better than other SLUGCATs. Better than the gods, even. Nuh-uh, Fred. I don't have a type, what are you talking about? Oh, God, I love this game. Okay. French fries haven't gotten infected yet, so... Brick. Those poor French fries up top are getting fucking ruined. Oh, shit. French fries are super cute, and it is very easy to forget how quickly they can fuck up your entire day. God, if I was a... Oh shit, that was the thing I was going to ask. So those of you who Rain World a lot, have any of you seen if there's been any progress in a Hunter campaign co-op? Because I wonder if it's doable just because of like the different karma system and the different levels and whatnot. Because imagine being able to bring like the Saint and or like the Hunter and the fucking Spearmaster with you, like the Bloodbath. Oh shit, shit, shit. Fuck! Okay, I deserved that. Let's be honest. I really fucking deserved that one. But basically, what we're doing right now is just trying to survive as many cycles in the Coral Wastelands until the rot can spread proper. Oh yeah, Leviathan versus Big Jelly is about to go down. You know what? I don't think I'm going to go that way. I didn't even like that spear anyway. That was a spear for nerds. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. The idea of getting to do a proper murdery co-op campaign of this strikes me as something I really want to do. Bless him. Sorry, so there is a bull slug there. If I can grab him... There is a gap here that can only be crossed with some crazy jump techniques. And it's like the game wants me to get over there. Wait! Hang on. And again, like, I'm asking this in genuine, so I don't mind you telling me if this is spoilerific. But so some of the plot things we've seen, do those come from sleeping in secret shelters? Wait. And there's the... Alright, there's no point getting the Karma Flower now. Because until we know where the rot is, or until the rot spreads far enough... And then there's this dickhead. Yeah, fuck off, mate. Because it's starting to remind me of that jump in the Sky Island. See, I think we can make this. I just don't know how. Fuck! Not like that, anyway. Fuck! Not like that. Okay. Now, we did get the Coral Cave, so I just need to survive here. And subsist on a diet of fruit and jellyfish. And I'm all out of jellyfish. I can't get up to the fruit there. I guess we try heading down this way. It's not too much of a problem if we die down there, because we know where the Karma Flower is. Right now, it is just about kind of like getting a way to sustain the chaos. Because this is a different portal out. No bloody food either. Oh well, time to murder. Delicious! Fuck, I missed. Okay, good news. I found food. Bad news. I might have found food in another scav nest. So... Okay, no. Oh, fuck you, mate! Even a good throw. Welcome to Chili's. I don't work here. Okay, bear with me just a second, friends. You know what? Whatever deaths may come, we're gonna leave you to the calming sounds of Rain World. I just gotta go let Little Fire in. So I'll be back with all of your lovely selves in just a second. Don't tell Little Fire about any of my immediate deaths and or hubris. I was just saying, I think it's the fact that Little Fire is such a class act. I think that's what really drew me to you.
First off, I've never pretended to be anything. So whatever delusions you had about me was your own fault. I've been this way.
The study table is imminent.
Well, slightly less sturdy today. One of the legs is kind of like too short. So it's a little wobbly, but it's fine.
But yeah, so these were the last 5 places we had to do on Rain World. We've managed to clear off 3 of them.
Heard about the tale of Will's immediate deaths. Little Fire Will keeps dying. I like how they're yelling at me. Hey, he's dying! He sucks at games! The one game he's been playing for 15 years. He sucks at it.
What I said was, hey, maybe don't tell Little Fire about my immediate hubris and repercussions.
What are we at? 350? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there was some choices made today. Some choices made today.
My pronouns are that bitch. I'm kidding. Classic. The 1992 film starring Kid and Play. Okay.
The exact one. How did you know?
Wow. Okay, I'll see.
Well, is he, him, or fucking numpty more often than not? I haven't even eaten enough to be able to snooze this cycle. Oh, double kill! Oh, not quite.
Yeah, I'm gonna see her. I'm not picky.
What?
Oh, you were sitting in there. I was like, who's been sitting in my chair? I was about to be a long ship. Snitch. What did he have in my chair? And then I realized the bit was you.
It's me. I'm that bitch. Oh, yeah, it's been a day. I think it's been a day for all. That chair's been through a lot. It fucking has.
I have to feed my numpty. I worked all day, and now I have to come home and feed him?
You don't have to feed me!
I have to feed him? You're not self-sustaining? I can't judge. I haven't eaten either.
What do you mean you haven't eaten? I've eaten!
I did have 4 Red Bulls today.
That's not food!
It is some form of random calories and vitamins and ingredients. Thank you, Baron. That's calories. And hydration, because there is water in there somewhere.
Baron, don't encourage this!
Exactly, the staff duty diet. See, you get it, caffeine. Little Elizabeth Fire. First First off, it's not my middle name. Red Bull gives you flames, exactly.
Oh, that was so loud.
Bull equals beef, therefore Red Bull's food. Thank you, Wookie.
I'm gonna need a scientific paper. I'm gonna need a second opinion on that math.
Comes from a long line of English queens. I beg your pardon. Oh, hello, Martha Oh my God, Dustin! Go. Get out of here.
I can no longer control Dustin. They have become too powerful.
Yeah, they're...
If Will's calling you out for not eating, the mod team can't manage him. Yeah, I had pasta leftovers, and I had eventually it was just one of the bread rolls for breakfast, but oh, thanks for tasing me there, local bugs.
That's gonna be a thing. That's just funny to me. Just the all caps screaming, "Little Elizabeth Fire."
I got in the habit of making up people's middle names when I'm getting mad at them.
Grilled cheese, the Alfredo grilled cheese.
I was telling him about that and how, you know, for me thinking myself a genius for what we were doing with the mac and cheese, with like the leftovers from the Elden Ring and cheese night.
It is, people. I don't recommend. Don't do it. Don't live as I live. You might die.
Yeah. Please understand, friends, we aren't examples, we're cautionary tales.
Truly.
But I've been able to keep this SLUGCAT mostly alive.
See, there you geek. Their wife grows food, and she's an expert. So Red Bull is food.
Are you informing me that your wife has grown a Red Bull?
Wait. So technically, you could take your Red Bulls to the farmer's market. You can have organic, homegrown Red Bulls to sell at the farmer's market.
I mean,
The logic checks out.
What is a big coffee if not an organic Red Bull? Like, I mean, if anyone else can, like, we can refute that logic, but I can't.
Probably could, but I won't.
Oh shit, there's another piece of fruit. It's hiding behind over there.
Ooh, well.
Oh, god darn it. Alright, let me at least get our little character back for a snooze. And you can have your shark fact. Oh.
In my honor.
Hell yeah.
Well, Eon, I also chew batteries, so that makes sense. I don't actually chew batteries. It's a joke. Don't look at me like that. I'm kidding.
You had 4 Red Bulls instead of food today.
Yes, because I don't want to eat when it's hot as balls. Okay? There is candles on. Ooh. I mean, say that maybe your coffee doesn't have baking soda in it. Don't judge. I'm an adult. I'll put whatever I want in my coffee, okay?
So I wondered why your stuff tasted weird and, I don't know, slightly chewy, slightly porous.
It's 9 volt on the tongue, which is truly exactly what you need if you just need a little, you know, for your day.
I think I saw 9 volt on the tongue play live.
I hate you.
Yeah. Ow. Yet you voluntarily spend time with me. I have lost all control. Fucking hell. Oh, so no, Unholy Glee, the strange little lightning creatures make that sound sometimes. I thought Unholy Glee was burning me with... Does anyone hear like a strange whining, crying sound?
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was a burn on me.
I don't hear that sound from you anymore. I've blocked it out. 9 volt on the tongue is my 9 Inch Nails cover band.
How dare you all be funnier than me?
I mean, as if it's really that difficult.
Wow.
Listen, I've had a shitty day. I'm here to take it out on anybody. Who wants to go?
Like a voluntarily roast.
Burn.
Little Fire in the Industrial Burn sounds kind of like a kid's book, you know?
Yeah, what about the shark fact? What happened to that?
Oh, I'm so glad you remembered that. I was worried it might get forgotten.
It's never gonna get forgotten. By us.
We're at 75 facts about... Here we go, about shark feeding.
Oh man, look at that. Another shark fact.
Well, some sharks feed frantically, others slowly. Nearly all of them are hunters. Sharks are light eaters relative to their body weight, and
Oh, that's 3.
sharks eat about 2% of their body weight in each meal, and that's less than the average person. Oh, fuck you! Less than the average person.
Another one.
God damn it! A 9-foot-long sand tiger shark weighs 289 pounds, may eat just 10 pounds of food a week. I don't have 10 pounds to spare. To compare, human adults eat about 38 pounds of food each week. Those are fucking rookie numbers. Those are coward numbers.
Suck a butt.
If their main source of prey is low, sharks can switch to another food source. It's people! And last but by no means least, most sharks feed primarily on smaller fish and invertebrates. Fuck you! And invertebrates. Large shark species prey mostly on seals, sea lions, and other marine mammals. And many sharks go after weak, sick, or dying prey just because they're easier to catch.
Hey, you find another butt to suck, okay? You get out of here. Well, there you go. Don't move now. You better grab that book.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Grab the book. Get fun.
They're doing this for you.
I appreciate it.
Sometimes a bunch of sharks will fight for the same prey at the same time. This is known as a feeding frenzy. And when it feeds on shellfish, a bonnet-head shark accidentally eats lots of seagrass and other leafy greens found in the ocean. Trick your shark into eating vegetables. Okay. So there's maybe food out on the water. There's also maybe a there it is. Gigantic nightmare creature from beneath the depths. So right now, I've managed to get all of these areas done. I need to spend more time here so that the rot spreads. And once the rot spreads, then I can teleport to another area. So we basically did, like last week, I killed so many scavs and ultimately only succeeded in doing 1 region. Today we have done 4.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, I don't mind bringing the adventures to a close soon, because, like, Rainworld has gone well, and also, I was very angry earlier, and I'm very tired. I said some things about Phil Spencer that I don't know if anyone's clipped, but once again, remember, if you have top clip at the end of the month, you win a prize!
Exactly. Chat is being nice.
That must be it.
Is the prize canned beans? Wouldn't that be some shit?
It's more
Wouldn't that be it?
beans!
We just literally, whoever wins the can of beans is like the trophy, and you have to pass it off, kind of like the Heisman.
Beans
Stanley
are
Cup.
really expensive to send via the mail because they're so fucking heavy. I've looked into this. I mean, I assume they're heavy to send. Like, I've not spent that much time looking at beans.
The highest bean trophy.
Fuck, that's good.
Beans are also perishable. I noticed you had to open the can.
I can't find them. There's just beans. There's just
What?
more beans.
What do you mean
I'm
you're
the
at
beanstalk.
beans? Numbers, thank you for the bits, friend.
Baron is the prize, the love and attention I've always craved but never got.
You good, homie? Homie, you good?
Exactly, people. Just send dried beans.
Can you dry beans if they're already in a can?
Just buy a bag of dry beans, Will.
It's like dry beans. But where does the sauce come from?
Well, when
Twice baked?
do I have to give you the birds and the bees talk?
The birds and the beans. The fucking birds and the beans. Oh, this area is going to be a fucking nightmare. There's no food unless I start going into the...
Exactly, evil geek. When a mommy and a daddy bee love each other very much.
More sex education than I got. Welcome to the UK.
The birds and the beans long ship shirt win.
That's one.
Dustin. Not in this Christian Minecraft server, okay? You're a bully. Do you know that?
The amount of times these creatures have eaten the fuck out of my entire
You
run.
probably deserved it.
Whose side are you on?
Not yours, ever. I don't... Something, something, flick a bean. Exactly right. Exactly.
Okay.
Oh, you're right, Fred. You're right. I forgot about my knee. Forgot about that. And I am still post-concussion.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's two.
You've been instructed to check Discord.
That's three. Okay, let's see what this Discord flavored nonsense is. Oh no.
What happened?
It is a link from Baron followed by the words cheap to ship. Wait, no, hang on. It is a bean 3D printable model that we could cheap. All right. So here's the question: like, what would be the? It would have to be a really, really successful like clip of the month win. It couldn't be like a light one. Because what I was thinking is that this might be the month to do a best clip gets an anytime dab. Because, like, Aeon won the last, and will be receiving a video game of my choosing.
Yes.
Which will be a good one, not a shitey one. And yes, an anytime dab. So that is redeemable at any point, anywhere. So long as it doesn't put me or anyone else in actual danger. I have to put some fucking caveats. A dab that can be redeemed anytime. Why is there no food? Because there's a non-zero chance that with Aeon already leading the month. I don't know why I can't eat pop snails.
Define danger.
It's not carnivore. I guess I can't eat minor explosives. I mean, Baron, you may have the power. So when we did the Longship Day Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament, I might have gotten lucky over trivia side. The prize for whoever won was an anytime dab. The winner of it were... no. That's not good. The previous winner, Alleged Man, has stated that they plan on using it for like a birthday thing that they have coming up. And I'm like, that's fine. Okay, I'm being braver than usual. Yes. Is this a trap? Am I about to get jawed from below? Run, 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 run. Swim, 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 swim. Swim, swim, swim. Swim, 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 swim. Oh, thank the fucking gods. But a lot of people came up with some very, very genius ideas, and when the announcement of the Anytime Dab was made, people got competitive. So yeah. I do, so Nova, thank you for the reminder. I do still owe you all the Sexy Roman stream.
I put that on the board.
It's on the board. As it currently stands, I guess maybe the 2nd might be when it happens, the 2nd of August.
Yeah.
But, like, the outfit is already there. It has been acquired.
Oh, then why haven't you done it? If you already have the...
Because I would put it on the schedule, and then something horrifying would happen, or like something horrible in the industry, and I didn't want to be there being all like, "Look at me in my sexy little skirt." Sorry that every person just lost. The whole games industry just disappeared. The whimsy was definitely lost. Oh yeah, no, Verdant. I ordered it. Baron threw in money specifically for it to happen. I ordered it, like, during Slugfest. So they say. Okay.
That's weird. It's like, that's where that money went.
You ever been so drunk you got your friend a sexy Roman outfit?
I mean, probably.
I mean, I've always said that if you stream long enough, eventually you'll always end up in a maid outfit.
I'm telling you, it's in my cart already.
That's threatened me with a good time. However, friends, I know it's only been... Oh, and Eve, Watto, and welcome. Apologies to do this right as you're coming in, Eve, but I am going to bring our adventures to a close. I'm going to find some lovely folks to raid on into, but just because you're beat, I'm beat. And I don't know. I want to end tonight on a good note. I think that's really important, you know? With video games being a fucking shit show at the moment. Sorry, apologies for the multi-track drifty potato there. Wait, so you got one for somebody else? And here was me thinking I'm special. Good. Okay. Alright, friends, I got one or two places I can take you after this. I could either take you for the Forgotten City, or I can take you to Oxygen Not Included.
It's my fault.
Both excellent people, both peeps that are definitely worth nattering and hanging out with this afternoon. So, let me know what you all think, but I just want to say thank you. Like, and I told you this was going to happen, so fucking brace yourselves, alright? Like, it is insane to me that out of the folks that I know, I am weirdly stable. That is to say, I am very well looked after. You know, and that shouldn't be the case, you know. If you're a professional in your field working for a huge games company, you shouldn't be worried that your job's just going to be gone on a fucking Wednesday. I mean, Fred, I'm probably the most mentally stable I've been in my life right now, so...
I'll fix that.
Says you who've been a good influence on me. Aha.
I'll fix it.
That's not saying much. Look, I hope I can help more people. I hope I can do more to support games folks and bring more cool games into the world. And I'll be talking your ear off about it in the coming months. I am extremely grateful that I have you all. So, it's just, on days like today, it all comes into perspective. Like, the whole of the team that they built to make the new Perfect Dark game just got shot into space. Those were all legends. And here I am, screaming over SLUGCATs and strange guinea pigs, and I'm able to be more stable than that. That's fucking insane. So, I don't know whether to call it survivor guilt or what have you. But, all of you, thank you. And to that end, I'd like to thank the following people. Because, let's be honest, it's It's cause you lot. Okay, so to Jabaran, Watto and welcome. Thank you for the follow. Wish you'd said hi. We could have been friends. But it's alright, we got Prime Baron. To J-Post, or Treatsy, Vanderbeest, Punspector, Chaunerus, Caffeine, Erriman, Sharks are best!
Nice.
Fucks. C-Trip2, Makovic, and Sadlin. More of you than not, were celebrating 81 months in a row. For that, holy shit and thank you. To Greylark and Deus, thank you for throwing in cash monies. Like, that's gonna let me get more groceries and keep us alive. To Numbers, Erriman, Kira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Simple Chaos, Vanderbeest, and J-Post, like you know already. Bits and donations are what lets me pay my rent and buy groceries and not die. So thank you. Thank you to the whole moderation team, Caffeine, Nova, Rhymes and Moose, and Tarlicus. Couldn't do it without you. And to Marty Cal for bringing in a whole big raid. Sorry we didn't get to natter and hang out more. They're also a chosen from the Blackout Club. So we both have our fucking like god tattoos and shit. It's a bit weird now when I tell people about it, but okay. So, all right, what do people want?
It was 1 for Forgotten City, 2 for Oxygen. If you don't count my vote, then it's 1-1.
Of course I count your vote.
I'm just saying, I didn't know if you wanted to just be a chat thing. So I'm just saying that's the ratio.
Nova says all for Forgotten City. But no, it does currently stand if more people are for Oxygen not included than... So I'll tell you what, friends. I'm going to pass you over to our good friend Dan Olsen, who is playing Oxygen not included. He's actually good at it, so it's not like when you watch me play and all my poor little clones died in a sea of piss. They didn't have a good time. And by my estimate, Dan's currently chatting about the old Batman movies, so I think that's a good way to spend the evening. Dan Olsen got me addicted to Oxygen Not Included. Wait, do you mean Oxygen Not Included or Oni, the Bungie title? Did they have Dustin's toilet? God, I hope not. But I'm going to pass you on over to there, friends. And Fearless, I know, like, I know you, and I know you were only trying to help when it comes to stuff like that. That is the one fun thing about me doing shit like this, is I have, like, all of the long shit to teach me actually how to play it good. Mm. So, yeah. Tomorrow we're starting Tunic. I'm hoping to start a little earlier tomorrow. I'm not going to say what I was about to say because I would jinx the shit out of it, so I'm just going to shut my whole mouth.
I did see it, yes.
Yeah.
Dustin.
But look, friends, have a lovely rest of your evening, okay? I'll see you all tomorrow. To be continued. Nova, I said none of those things. Don't you put that juju on me.
He did. He said it.
I didn't say anything!
He said it.
But anyway, friends, I hope I was able to help with some whimsy, some catharsis, and I don't know, break from it all. I didn't say that, Sadlin. You shut your whore mouth. In this house, we love and respect sex workers. I apologize for throwing that around. I'm gonna pass people over before I get myself in trouble.
Yeah.
Will said we can all get ice cream. Oh, fuck. 50 sugared up long shippians in a bus.